If there was never a doubt, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Market Edge. We're going to go ahead and break down everything that's going on. There was some event last night that's causing the market to go up. So we're just going to roll a cold open here today. Great to see a whole bunch of people back here today. Time to get rolling. So it is Wednesday, November 6th, the day after the election. And the big piece of news here today is going to be that Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president as he wins the election. This is causing the markets to go up. The SPY here going to open at a new all-time high, currently sitting at 589.72 in the pre-market here. High print of 590.71 earlier today. The SPY, we're pretty much trading right up to this trend line. For those of you that have been watching for a long time, I've referenced this trend line a lot, pretty much since the middle of the summer, since August. Good morning, Wiss. It's great to see you. Austin, Susan, Chuck. Oh, good morning. It's good to see all of you. With the SPY here, we new all-time highs. Let's see if we can get above this trend line here today. A lot of green arrows across the board here this morning. Now, the SPY is only one aspect of this. To me, the bigger one, maybe the bigger outperformer or the one to really kind of look at is going to be the IWM. Small caps absolutely loving this news, up 6% here in the pre-market. You can actually see we have a huge break above this 227.5-ish area. Now we're trading above here. Trying to go for those all-time highs. Next spot here, I'm just going to call this 245. It might be 244 and change. I'm going to call it 245. This is the next level for the IWM. We'll see how these small caps react today. But a lot of excitement going out there with some of these moves. So I definitely want to kind of keep an eye on all of these. Now, I have no trades on for the SPY or for the IWM. I'm trading some of the individual names. By the way, I guess we might as well just jump into it real quick. Grats to anyone that was trading DJT overnight. This obviously had a pretty big morning. The one thing on DJT yesterday that I think is worth noting here was this flush that we got intraday. Now, there were a couple of things about this that I thought in the moment, this is significant. And I was tweeting about it last night. I was talking to some other people about this as well. What was significant to me here is that when we got this pullback, we were getting early data, early exit poll data on what was going on in some of the different swing state races. But the key for me was that the betting odds, both on Polymarket and on Kalshi, did not respond to this. So while the DJT stock sold off, it was not reflected in some of the betting odds on the betting websites. This, to me, told me that this was something else going on here and that there was a divergence there. Now, my thought here was that they're basically just flushing everyone's stops before the after hours. Thought the after hours was going to be a little bit crazier than it was. I thought maybe we'd get like a kind of a bigger move earlier in the after hours, which we didn't get. Then as the results started to trickle in, we got that. In Robinhood overnight trading, this was up, and now we have now we're up here again. So kudos to you for anyone that is day trading this. I know the way that we have approached this on our show here is be careful with this. It is a day trade only. Fundamentals don't mean anything. If you're going to swing it, have really good risk parameters and all of that. And so today, if you were buying the flush yesterday, if you were just trying to get filled on pullbacks and low prints, today is going to be a pretty good day to sell those. So no matter what size you did, looks like DJT is going to be a big winner here. And again, key takeaway here is that the sell-off in the stock did not match what we saw in the betting markets. So really good stuff. Good morning, 3D. It's great to see you. Rico, good morning. Crow, good morning. Geo, good morning. Beach Bum, good morning. Hope you all are doing well here today. Okay, we had some other news. So the election is one thing. I'm actually really excited to kind of get to the opening print. I want to see especially how small caps trade during the day. I know they're gapping up here today. I really want to see how they trade throughout the rest of the day. Next stock to take a look at, an obvious clear winner from yesterday's election is going to be Tesla. This is ticker TSLA. Tesla is, of course, Elon Musk, who has joined up with the Trump team now. This stock popping here today. So really, really nice move on Tesla. And the thing that I like the most about this is that we've really kind of broken out of this sideways range. Really, the next thing that we need to do here is kind of take out 300. And I think that might be on deck even today. So Tesla definitely bullish here overnight, and I kind of expect a little bit more here today once we open. So Tesla, the other obvious winner here. Let me know if any of you folks are looking to trade any of these names. I'd love to hear what the plan is for you folks. Are you just kind of actively trading? Were you positioned from yesterday? Are you looking to trade options on all of this? What is it that you're looking to do? Because there should be a lot of opportunity here today. So curious on any of your thoughts, Tesla or DJT especially. And then obviously, given the strength that we're seeing in small caps here, I want to see if there are any small cap ideas that you folks have. I've been holding small caps for some time, so I'm really hoping for a nice day here today. We shall see. Some other things to go over here. We're going to go to SMCI. I know this has been a stock that we've really kind of been looking at a lot recently. Man, oh man, the Hindenburg report, and we're actually going to talk about Hindenburg and their next call here in a little bit as well. The Hindenburg report really kind of sank this thing. Accounting issues, all types of problems over at SMCI, and now they actually reported preliminary earnings results yesterday. Expects to report preliminary Q1 net sales of 5.9 billion. The prior sales read was 6 to 7 billion. SMCI, the news not getting better here today. Not getting better here today. SMCI taking another leg down 17% here again today. And we're actually starting to see some re-ratings here today. Awesome. JP Morgan downgrading Supermicro to underrate and lowering the price target. I expect to see a lot more of this with Supermicro. So bad news not out of the way here. One of the things that our group has been asking about SMCI is where's the bottom on this? Because there's likely going to be a bounce play at some point. And while I agree with this, I'll be honest with you, there's just other better things to play, in my opinion. Accounting issues really have me worried about things, and it is not shown the strength that it needs to show yet. So maybe we get a little bit of a bounce here. To me, the target here really seems to be in the teens. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If we can get to the teens here on SMCI, maybe then it would be a buy. Right now down here, I'm kind of passing on it. But I'd like to hear what you guys think. Josh saying, I like SMCI at 15. That is actually exactly at the low end of the range of where our happy hour crew that's kind of been talking about this on a daily basis, their range was 15 to 17, Josh. So you are right in there. You are right in there on that one. Really good stuff there. Okay, next one on the list here that we want to run through is going to be Palantir. That's ticker PLTR. Palantir having another good day today. We had a great move after earnings, really kind of held the gains after the earnings pop in the after hours. Took another leg up in the pre-market and then took yet another leg up in the regular session, and it held all of that, held that in the after hours. And again, here today, Palantir trading up again. And this actually looks like this will kind of wants to break out from 53.5. So we'll see if we end up getting that. Now, Palantir here, really good stuff here. Gosh, Palantir is so silly valuation. It basically mines your data. It isn't a noble deal. Now, a couple of things here. So your opinion on Palantir, one way or another, that's one thing. The reality is that this has AI angles and defense angles to this to the country here. So it's going to have some type of synthetic floor. Now, the first part of what you were saying here, you're spot on. And this is actually one of the things that's kind of got me worried about Palantir this morning. As of after all of this, forward PE of 125. On Palantir. So, Gotch, when you're saying that the valuation is silly, spot on, my man. This thing is super expensive. Man, oh man, I would expect a pullback here in the near term just because of how heated it is. If we take a look at the daily chart, let's just take a moment to appreciate this daily chart. All right. So we have the huge impulse move here. This was right around COVID, right? Yes, this was the move here in COVID. Man, how many of you folks How many of you folks were buying Palantir in the single digits? How many of you folks were buying Palantir in the single digits? Because boy, oh boy, there were a couple of people here at Benzinga that really were talking about this for long-term trades. Just absolutely great stuff to see. Love to see that being rewarded here. So Palantir, huge breakout. You can see how fast we've moved in such short a time. So honestly, I think the next trade here on Palantir, probably a regression back to the mean. I have no short position on this. If you guys are talking about trading Palantir, I'd love to hear what you're looking at. All right. I would love to hear what you're looking at here. All right, real quick. The way that I'm looking to trade this, okay, the way that I'm looking to trade this would be a formation that I like to call a floating island. So floating islands, to me, one of the chart formations that seems to work more often than not. I just, in my own kind of viewing it, I tend to think that this is anywhere between 70 and 80%. In terms of its success rate, but it needs a couple of things. Number one, it needs some type of move, preferably on volume, that pushes the stock into a new area. So you can see here, this is exactly what we got. When we broke out this 45 and change level here and broke out, we pushed right into a new area. Now we have these candles kind of making this formation up in this new area where we're discovering the price. So what I want to do is I want to be patient and I want to wait for this price to come back in at all. In an ideal world, it will test the bottom end of this initial candle, whether it's the wick or the body, can do either. But if we come back in and hold any of this candle here, the next move then to me is going to be a curl back to the highs and maybe even setting some new highs. So I've recently had a long side butterfly on Palantir. We actually got that from our professional trader, Anne Marie, who's part of the Benzinga Pro ecosystem. And that trade has been money. Took a little bit off prior to the Palantir earnings just to make sure we had gains booked. We were booking those gains at about 80%. And then after the earnings report, I think it closed out the position plus 117% or so. So have no position now either way on Palantir, and I definitely want to get back into this. My gut tells me that the next move here is down, so instead of trying to short something that's got incredible momentum to the upside, I'm actually going to wait for this to come in. If it can hold any type of level and then curl back to the top, giddy up, that's the long that we're going to try and trade. Okay, so that's what we're looking for here on Palantir. I know that this is a popular one. I know that there are a lot of people in our ecosystem that likes to trade this one. I would love to hear what your plan is on that. Okay. All right. Let's see. What else do we got here? What other stocks do you folks want to take a look at? We already took a look at DJT. Here's Palantir. It's okay, Chopper. Take care of yourself, man. We'll see you around. Next here is going to be Zim. And this is another one that we've kind of been watching for a long time here. Zim, it'll be interesting. Okay, you want to do Roblox? We'll do that. Let me add that here to the list, actually, so I don't forget. RBLX, we'll do that here at the end here. We're also waiting on Tim Melvin, who's going to be joining us here pretty soon. So look forward to that as well. Zim here. This is going to be one of the shipping stocks that we've watched. Earning is expected in 14 days now. So this, to my eye here, sure looks like this is kind of setting up to go higher. All right. The last time that we were looking at a Zim breakout was back at the beginning of this year. And you can see in here, we were kind of butting up against this 15. We came back off that spot, and then we ended up breaking it with pretty significant expanding volume. This is the exact type of thing I'm waiting to see if we get right here. And the number here, instead of being 15 like it was earlier this year, is now 25. If we can get a break above 25 here, especially if it's on expanding buying volume, giddy up, should be pretty good for Zim. This move actually measures to 30 plus if that continues, so there should be a pretty good trade in here. Remember, earnings in 14 days, the stock moves like crazy based on how much money it makes, so that earnings report is obviously going to be important. If the price can recapture 25 225 and breakout, it has a much better chance of that 26 breakout and then maybe going to some new 52-week highs. That would be great. Ticker ZIM. Does have some wild movements. This is one of those stocks that I think it's extremely important that you do not chase. Instead, kind of wait for your spots on this one. Wait for your spots on this one. All right, that takes care of Zim. Next one that I have here on the list is going to be Bros, and this is Dutch Bros. ASTS you want to do. You know what? We could probably also do Rocket Lab on top of that, right? Because it looks like all of these space stocks might be kind of moving in the same area. Good stuff, LG. We will take a look at that here shortly as well. Bros here. This was interesting. This one I was actually trading not long ago. Had a nice successful trade on the 200-day reclaim. Was actually thinking it was going to break out right here, and we took a starter position when it reclaimed that 200-day and closed above that level. When it pulled back here, it never really broke down. And in fact, it actually held the bottom end of this little gap that was in here from the end of August. Once we did that and we recaptured the 200-day again, that was game on for the trade. And once we recaptured the 50 and kind of didn't have the strength to get above the 100, that was the exit trigger. The good news about all of this is that now Bros is setting up again here. So Dutch Bros looks like today we're actually trading above that 200-day. The 200-day and the 50-day are kind of combined here right at this mid 33 level. I've got that 50-day at 33.18, the 200-day at 33.43, and the 200-day at 33.43. We'll see next if we can actually go up to that 100-day area, and then this area in here, let's call it 35.5 up to 36. That area is going to be an area of resistance, and if we pop through that, the next area that the stock should stop at 37.5. So Bros, I'm actually expecting a move up here today. We'll see if we end up getting that. They did have earnings this morning. Now, this is very, very light volume, so I didn't want to factor this in yet. I really want to see how this trades when the market opens here today, but preliminary results here, pretty good for Bros as it looks like it's gapping up. We did have some recent insider selling on this news. All right. So did have some insider selling. We'll see where this ends up going. We'll see if we end up getting a breakout here on Bros, or if that insider selling, if those insiders knew something and we come back in. All right. Let's see, you guys. I'm not missing anything here. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Next here, we're going to do everyone's favorite stock, Waste Management, ticker WM. And don't worry, we're getting to charts. What good are they if we can't see or read them? Manuel, what can't you see here? I have the scale increased. It looks good on the display here. Let me know what in particular. Dark mode is king, right? So if you're looking for light mode here, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to do that. Dark mode is absolutely king. But I do have these scales increased and I have the chart zoomed in. So let me know what you're actually struggling to see, and I'll try and read those values out a little bit more. Waste management here. This is actually an idea that was brought by our happy hour team last night. So this is actually looking for a new potential trade idea here today. This, to me, sure seems like this is set up to break out. Take a look at this daily chart here. We have this really great sideways formation. To my eye, it looks like we're getting ready to maybe snap this. 220 seems to be the big level that we really need to take out. But in the meantime, right now, we pretty much want to take out the top end of these candles. I have that value at 217.50-ish. So if we can take that out, maybe 220 is next here. And then we have this high of 225. One of the things that goes along with this thesis for a waste management breakout as well is humans aren't going to stop making trash, right? In all forms, residential, commercial, the whole nine yards. Humans are not going to stop making trash. So unless the population suddenly disappears, this company should have a business that grows. Now, it looks like we're going to be in an environment that might be a little bit more conducive to business here. So we have waste management trading up here in the pre-market 218. If we look inside, you can see, again, really, really light volume, but 218. Let's see if we can get that 220 breakout here. Waste management, possible long side breakout trade here. Have we talked about Nvidia? We have not. Let me go ahead and add that to the list too. I love that you guys are just filling us up with tickers. we're going to do some awesome ticker time here today. All right. Next one that I have on my list, and I'm almost done with my list. We're almost ready to get to the stocks that you folks wanted to look at. Going to be Coinbase. Bitcoin obviously responding big to this election here. Bitcoin, I believe, it looks like earlier today on the Bitcoin futures product put in a high of 76,170. Again, that's /BTC and Thinkorswim. So if you're looking at the price on a Coinbase exchange, it might be a little bit different. But Bitcoin futures here popping with the Trump win. That should be good for Coinbase. Coinbase here, you can see this has done a really, really good job. This recent sell-off took us right to the 50-day, and then thankfully we consolidated right along that. We had a period where we tried to pop away from it, couldn't really do it, came back into the 50-day, tested it again, and now it looks like we're ready to go higher. With today's pre-market action, stocks up 11.8% here in the pre-market, up 22 points at 216.5. This is actually going to take us above the 100-day and the 200-day and sets us to possibly break out from 225. If we get a 225 breakout, I really got to think that the next spot here is going to be 250. And I think this 250 area is actually a zone from 250 to 260. I think that might be some pretty significant resistance. And then we can see if we can pop above 280. Remember, none of these are going to be all-time highs yet. We're going to have to kind of make up from the huge run that we had in 2021, but all of this should be pretty good for coin. Honorable mention to some of the other Bitcoin stocks that you folks like to trade all the time too. Mara and Riot, they might be in real good shape today for day trades. Not a long-term holder of either of those names. I prefer some of the bigger boys like Coinbase here, but this chart also set up for a nice breakout here today. One of the favorite stocks that I know the group likes to take a look at is going to be Celsius. This is ticker CELH, and boy, oh boy, this thing has had kind of a rough time, hasn't it? Really kind of a rough downtrend. This thing had a clean double top up here at 100. Now we're really starting to break down. We're back basically into this consolidation area. We spent a lot of time in here from August of 2022 to May of 2023. So basically almost a full year in kind of this sideways area. I'm not surprised at all to see it finding some support down here. Really, the next step for me on Celsius, at some point, this stock is going to have a bounce or have some type of up move. I'm not sure that that's going to be today here. So Celsius reports earnings here this morning. The conference call is currently ongoing. Top and bottom line miss here on Celsius. This was driven by a large drop in revenues and EBITDA. You can see here in Benzinga Pro, here are the numbers missing the estimate, 0 on the EPS. The estimate was for 4 cents. Sales $265 million versus a $267 million. That was a lower bar to begin with. And although it was a slight miss, not good here. Celsius down 4%. Here's what I will say on Celsius. If this can really kind of if this doesn't really sell off anymore, if this just kind of shows you that it's exhausted from some of the selling, maybe there will be time, maybe it will be bounce time. But I caution you on that. Wait that out. One of the things that we're seeing here on the RSI, still 43.5, really kind of in no man's land here with the RSI. So I don't necessarily even think that it's in oversold territory yet. Kind of waiting that out here. This earnings print, this may kind of shake some people out. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. Okay. Again, we are waiting for Tim Melvin here. Should have him in a couple of minutes, see how he's doing and what kind of stock picks he has for you folks here today. Let's keep it moving. You folks wanted to take a look at Roblox, ticker RBLX. Here is Roblox. Now, Roblox, this has been in the news here recently. This was saved by the earnings report recently, right? We traded up, beat on the top and bottom line. That was from Thursday, October 31st, and that was in the morning. So that really kind of saved it here. A lot of talk out there about Roblox not really being a safe environment for kids and all of that. That has people kind of not really trusting it, which I completely understand. But recently, performance has been better. We take a look at the daily chart here. Oh no, my chart's you got to load all my drawings. Give me my indicators back. Thank you. Chart formation here, kind of similar to what we were saying in Palantir, right? Good morning, Judge. It's great to see you. Hopefully you're doing well here this morning. Roblox here. Well, this is not a candle exactly like we've seen in Palantir. Palantir was a break to new all-time highs. It's in an area that the price has never discovered before. If we take a look at Roblox, you can see we were in this price area several years ago, but we've really kind of traded out of this base area now. So this is looking pretty good. This, to me, looks like this is going to try and break. So I think one of the things you can kind of look at, in fact, if we zoom out here, we might be able, there we go. We might be able to get this area in here. Let's call it 54. And you know what? Maybe let's go 53.5 to 54 as your potential area here. The recent candles here, post earnings, and then some of the analyst upgrades and price target adjustments actually has a fairly bullish formation. So as far as a trade goes here on Roblox, I think you can do this two ways if you're looking for a long trade. Number one, if you're able to break this area, let's call it 53. Again, that's 53 to 54.5 maybe. If you can break this 53 area, we might be able to get some juice to the upside here. Now, that might be difficult to do in short order. You can see that the RSI is still currently in bought territory. And so if this kind of flags without breaking down, I actually think that that would be a bullish sign, right? We can kind of create this bull flag here, bring that RSI back down to a non-overbought level, and then make a move towards the top. I think this thing can break out, and it might have legs, for a multi-day trade. So we'll see if we get that here on Roblox. Conversely, the other two options that I think you have here, if this trades back down towards that 48 level and then holds that level, we can kind of play this with the whole floating island playbook, right? We trade back down toward 48, do not break below, and the price looks like it's going to try and go higher. Might be a potential swing long, with the target being a break of this high area, whatever it is that we put in by that time. And then lastly, if we break down through 48 and it just cannot hold, I think this is probably a gap fill all the way down to 43. Again, this is going to be driven by some of that headline news. All right, folks, it is just about 8:30, which means we're going to go to our special guest. I know that you folks asked for Astus, ticker ASTS, Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB, and Nvidia. We're going to hit those on the flip side if our guest doesn't cover it. But in the meantime, let's put your hands together for Tim Melvin, everybody. All right, Tim, welcome. Thank you for showing.
Hey, guys.
The early bird gets the worm. Tim, I got to say, we got this big kind of silly event out of the way. How are you doing here this morning?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I mean, we stayed up watching the election until about 10 o'clock. And then I was like, yeah, we can figure this stuff out in the morning. And so, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I wasn't about to burn midnight oil. I was like, I got a show to do in the morning, so I'm just going to hit the sack and make some coffee in the morning. Looks like everything is pretty much, kind of out of the way now. I don't really think we're going to have many disputes. So, Tim, again, I appreciate you joining us here. What I want to know from you here is, what kind of things are you looking at now that this is kind of out of the way? It certainly felt like the market was kind of waiting for this election to be in the past. If you looked at some of the volumes and some of the names, now that it is in the past, how are you kind of approaching things here?
Well, I mean, what changed? Nothing changed. It's just when every time I hear this, and I can actually get worked up about this, the most important election of your lifetime, we're the most divided we've ever been. None of that's true. Okay. If you were alive in 1968, you know that this wasn't even close to the most divided that we have ever been. And every election since 1968 and that's as far back as I can remember, has been the most important election of my lifetime. And it's really not that big a deal, right? And here's the thing. If you focus on value, deep value investing, you focus on twin momentum, and you focus on trend, you don't need to care about what's in the news, what's in the headlines. None of it matters, because everything ultimately shows up in either price or value. So what are we looking at today? Same things we were looking at last week. We might just be like banks. Same thing, same rules, nothing's changed. We might be a little bit more excited about what's going to happen because obviously rolling back regulations, a more favorable M&A environment is going to be really good for small banks, particularly the ones that we like to buy, trading way under book value, and things like TCBX was before it skyrocketed higher. definitely now we're looking at an environment going forward for at least a couple years of lower taxes and lower interest rates. Well, what does that favor? It favors banks. It favors commercial real estate, REITs, all the stuff that I've been talking about anyway. You need to be out there considering lining up on things, the commercial real estate REITs, right? You want to be looking at ladder capital. And
Do you have a favorite ticker that I can pull up here for one of those?
I like LADR and KREF would be the favorites here.
Okay.
And then STWD too, Starwood.
Didn't they report earnings this morning, Starwood?
Oh,
yes,
probably.
They did.
Did they? Okay. I mean,
yes, they did. And you know what? Up a percent on the back of that earnings report here.
Yeah, and
this is a good one. I've actually been holding on to this one for a bit.
Look, I mean, Barry Sternlicht, this self-made billionaire in the real estate market. He kind of knows his way around these markets. If you look at it, they've been brilliant. Less than 10% of the portfolio is in office. They opened an infrastructure lending business, which is going to be an amazing business when you think about everything that's going to happen in infrastructure, right? We're going to have to totally redo the grid. Right. We're going to have to add capacity to the grid. We're going to have to add renewable infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure. I mean, there's just so much going on there. And then you've got airports and ports and highways and roads that all need to be repaired. And Sternlicht's going to do the lending on this stuff, and they're going to make a lot of money. So you've got to be looking at things like that. You've got to be looking again, not owning small banks here is just going to end up being a massive mistake. But and then I think that you do, KREF. You look at LADR.
Yep.
KREF is KKR's real estate mortgage REIT. You look at Ladder Capital. Ladder Capital it's not the highest yielding, but it's probably the best positioned of all of the commercial real estate REITs. They've got tons and tons of cash and liquidity. They have almost no office in the loan portfolio. They've de-risked. As loans have paid off, they've just taken it and added it to cash and securities. These guys are in like the perfect position for commercial real estate recovery. They're going to be kind of lenders of the last resort here as markets bottom. Just a ton of upside to Ladder Capital. KKR is working through the problems that they did have with some office buildings. But the beauty of KKR, and this is why that we've been kind of watching for the entry point on this, and we're happy to jump into it here recently. When KKR has a problem with one of the skyscraper loans that they made, they just take the keys and hand it to the real estate division at the parent. And then the real estate division can now manage that building, get it filled back up, hold on to it, because KKR has like the deepest pockets, around, well, except for maybe Blackstone, but they've got very deep pockets. They can just hold that building until market conditions recover. So when I look at these, and it's I'll touch on a second, but when I look at commercial real estate REITs and I look at BDCs, I want that private equity affiliation, right? Yeah. I want the deep pockets and I want the expertise, because nobody on the planet knows more about borrowing money than private equity firms. And when you get into the KKRs and the Apollos and the Ares and the Blackstones that have been around for a long time, they've literally borrowed and repaid most of trillions of dollars. So
Tim, real quick on that, do you ever watch what the private equity markets are kind of doing with their own activity?
Oh, hell yes.
I was going to say, because that seems to be like a pretty good indicator of maybe what to do next.
All right, here's a little secret for you guys.
Oh, I love secrets.
I love secrets. Got a good secret for you. If you go into KKR, Apollo, Blackstone, and Leonard Green, okay, and you follow what they do in their public equity portfolio, right? These guys have public equity portfolios where they're buying stuff. Okay. And there's a ton of information in there. When you go in there and they're just all buying short bonds, information, right? If you go in there and I'll never forget this, it was in 2016, you looked and they were all just kind of tiptoeing into the shipping stocks. And so we jumped on it. The next 6 months, they tripled because there was absolutely no new build in the market. Um, and you've seen them now in the oil patch, heavy. They're getting aggressive in oil. So, yeah, you can definitely pick up clues. And these guys are very aggressive, but very patient investors, which is the same model that I use. And the only difference between them and a classic deep value investor, particularly Apollo and KKR, is they use a lot of leverage. Okay. And it's, they are what Ben Graham would have been if he'd levered up 6-1.
Okay.
Okay. So, and it's funny. I remember I was having drinks with Chris Brown of Tweety Brown in New York one time, and we were working on a project together. And we were sitting there, and some guys came by from a private equity shop. And they chatted and da-da-da-da-da-da. And, as they walked away, Chris is like, they really think they're hot shit because they're putting up big numbers. He says, but I got to tell you something. If we used the amount of leverage they did, we'd be doing 150% a year. There's literally no difference between a private equity firm and a deep value firm except leverage.
Okay.
So you should, forget it. Don't worry about what Carl Icahn bought. Who gives what Tiger Global bought or Kathy Woods or anything else? Your first go-to, right? Next week, we're going to have the deadline for 13D, 13Fs.
Mm-hmm.
Your first go-to has to be the private equity firms because, you're going to see where they're sniffing around, where they're interested, what they're buying. You'll catch a trend there. You'll also see what they've IPO'd or bought public recently. And here's a little secret. Those tend to do real well because you've got a firm that takes a company public. Well, they take a small piece, 10%, 20% of it public. They've still got 80% ownership. They took it public because they believe they're going to be able to do the things that sends the stock price dramatically higher so they can sell the rest of it and cash in the incentive fees. So tons and tons and tons of information. I think you could probably learn more studying what private equity does and just ignore all the economists, and you'd have a better picture of the economy.
Okay, that's really good stuff. We're going to lean on you for some of that information here on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of track what they're doing, and like I said, next week's going to be the big week because you're going to see this is what they bought, this is what they sold, and yeah, I mean, fascinating stuff. We could like kill an hour, so we're not going to go there. But I follow them really closely.
Okay,
so, which brings me to the next thing. BDCs are an area of concern and have been business development companies because private credit has just blown up huge. The growth rate has been astronomical. However, you got to start to look at the stronger players now because it is going to be lower interest rates. It is going to be lower taxes. That is going to help these guys pay back the money that they borrowed. So, we're not going whole hog and all in just yet, but we are. Ares Capital, ARCC, that's the single largest BDC out there. It's associated with Ares Management, which is a bunch of guys that came out of Apollo, and they all came out of Drexel Burnham. Okay, so if you came out of Drexel Burnham, and you worked in private equity, you know about that. Well, maybe about that much about borrowing money and structuring deals. So you've got a really nice dividend here. You've got a super conservative loan portfolio. In spite of being the biggest BDC, they're also one of the most cautious. They've shown that they're brilliant and that Abergetti, the chairman of the company, was recently joined David Rubenstein in buying ownership interest in the Baltimore Orioles. That means they're smart and they care about what I think, which is even more important.
You'll be happy to know David Rubenstein was actually on CNBC earlier today, and they asked him, what, now that the election's out of the way, what are you focusing on the most? And he said, turning the Baltimore Orioles into a winning baseball team. So
that's, there we go. I mean, that's right. I mean, we can just end there because that's all that matters in the world, right? All is right with the world. The Orioles are going to be more competitive next year. Who cares in the White House? That's the important thing.
As long as we got our priorities in order,
right.
there, Tim.
So anyway, all this stuff, we're collecting 8-9% dividends, maybe 9.5%. They're well positioned. They're going to do well under a Trump presidency. They probably would have done well under a Harris presidency. All right.
Those are my favorite types of plays. We've been talking about that recently, are some of these stocks that are going to do well no matter who wins here. And so your point here about ARCC is a good one. The other thing is, technically, I love where this is at. The last couple of times that this thing has come into its 200-day, even if it lost it, it sure didn't spend a whole lot of time under there. That's going to be the blue line here. So this actually looks like a pretty good spot. As you mentioned, 9% plus dividend just for owning it here. So really good stuff there at ARCC.
The other big thing, and you guys are all going to ignore me, okay? None of you, with the possible exception of Ryan, because he's seen the track record, are going to do what I'm about to tell you to do, okay? Because it's boring, super boring. I mean, ridiculously boring until it's not. Small banks, we've had a block up in M&A for a while now, okay? The Biden administration has been ridiculously hostile towards M&A activity in the banking. Well, they've been hostile towards the banking industry. Remember, they nominated a literal communist to try to take over the OCC. That was their first out of the gate. It was trained behind the Iron Curtain economist who believed that all individual accounts should be held directly at the Fed and that we didn't need commercial banks. This was not a good start, and it got worse from there. They blocked like the First Horizon deal for no reason. Most of the problems at New York Community Bank were caused by regulatory stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
All of the 2023 Signature, First Republic, Silicon Valley Bank shares, and Silvergate, all of it was regulatory ignorance. And then you've got the Basel III proposals that they put out, and they've been very hostile towards the banking industry. Now, that's going to change because our friend Donald he's my friend now. He won.
I like how you did that there. It didn't matter a couple of weeks ago, but now
it didn't matter. He's my friend now. We're good. We're buddies. No, but look, he in 2016 he was very lenient towards the bank, and I mean lenient in a good way. Banks are overly regulated. M&A is going to have a much more favorable environment, so we're going to see deals, and you've got pent up demand because the only way to grow a bank is to buy other banks. That's just the fact of the matter. So the serial acquirers are going to get back up. They're going to get busy. So the OCKs, the home bank shares, the Western Alliance banks, they're all going to be buyers. There's going to be lots of sellers out there. And we're going to see a lot of deals. So if you can get in here and you can buy a decent bank that has adequate capital and you can buy that bank for less than book value, there's going to be a lot of money made here, guys. So, what are we looking at? We're looking at Eagle Bancorp of Maryland, EGBN. William Penn hits the screen, but William Penn got bought out the other day. We're looking at this one's small, guys. I'm going to give you a really tiny one. I'm going to tell you this is probably going to get bought out before the Trump presidency's over, and it's trading at a massive discount to book value. The symbol's WVFC. Use a limit order. This, simply put, is a great bank that is trading at a ridiculous price. So just looking at those.
Did I get this right here? WVFC?
Yeah, real small, Ryan. It may not be even on your screen.
Yeah, it looks like it's OTC here. So we do get we do get some OTC quoting, but it's a little bit slower here. Here you go. WVFC. It's going to be Whiskey Victor Frank Charlie on the ticker.
Yeah, and then you've got Riverview Bank Corp, RVSB, out in Vancouver, Washington. So, and you pick one. And I tell people, look, go find one because there's one in your town. Odds are. That's a good little bank. It's 4, 5, 6, 7 branches, right? It's a few $100 million in assets. It's trading way under book value. It's got good management. They're not making stupid loans. They're just small. Okay. And you're going to, it's going to be hard to buy the stock. You're probably going to have to go to the local broker that makes a market. Buy the hell out of that thing because banking is about scale. And if you're not big enough, you can't keep up with the regulations. You can't keep up with the technology. You can't keep up with the new products. You can't afford the fintech partnerships that you need to compete. Remember, Jamie Dimon at the peak was spending $1 billion a month on technology, and he didn't notice it, right? So you got to compete with that guy. And if you're too small, you got to sell. Under Trump, multiples are going to go up. So if you could buy one of these things at 75 to 85% of book value, Average deal right now is about 1.28. That starts getting up to 1.4, 1.5, and this gets really lucrative really fast. Best of all, if you have low delinquent loans, you have lots of capital and equity to assets ratio over 10, it's really hard for you to lose money. Right?
I like that. That's good for me.
Anyway, I had some other stuff for you guys today, but we'll save it for next week because we can't do it all at once. And I don't want to take up your whole show because, as you know, Ryan, I am capable of doing exactly that.
No, but Tim, but you know what, Tim? Let's talk about that here very briefly. This is actually one of the benefits now of being stretched into this hour. Now we actually have more time while the market's not open to discuss some of these things, and we can do this ahead of the opening print. So I think this is going to work out great, Tim. No problem. I'm looking forward to some of the things we discuss next week as well.
Yeah, and I'm just going to leave you guys with one more thought. I mean, if Donald Trump won last night, it has positive implications for my favorite industries because I was investing in banks, for years.
Sure.
But I've been investing in banks long before Donald Trump even thought about going into politics. And we've known for an extended period of time now. So deep value forever in 2 days because that's how I cut my teeth. But trend following and twin momentum investing. We know that these three things work. These three things work no matter who's in the White House, no matter who the Fed chair is, no matter what Bill Gates had to say yesterday. None of it matters. You can literally, Ed Sequoia, I always pronounce his name right. I shouldn't do that. Greatest trend follower ever. He didn't have quotes. He didn't check quotes during the day. He didn't read the news. He looked at the price at the end of the day, and it told him everything he needed to know about the world. And and again, it's like following the private equity guys. If you look at what's creditworthy companies are too cheap, what asset classes are trending, and what companies are growing earnings and revenue at a rapid rate and have strong balance sheets, if that's all you ever look at and you never read another newspaper in your life, you will know more about what's going on in the world and the markets than any economist, politician, or commentator on the planet. So develop your philosophy and your trading approach. And I've got some cool stuff on trading for you next week. But you've got to develop that so it works no matter who is in the political favor or what's happening in the world. It has to work all the time, and it has to be a philosophy that you believe all the way down here. If you get those two things right, you're going to make a lot of money.
Okay. Really awesome, Tim. Jay Summers here from our chat, quote, everything eventually shows up in price and value. That's a Tim Melvin quote. So Tim, appreciate that. Really, really love it. And look forward to doing this here. Tim Melvin Wednesdays. They're going to be big, right? They're going to be big going forward here. Tim, thanks again for getting up early here. Appreciate you.
Final thought. If anybody has thoughts of turning my very great quote there into like a pillow sampler or something, get in touch. We'll work out a royalty deal.
Okay, there you go.
Have a great day, guys.
An effort or an offer from Tim right there. Tim, thanks so much. Have a good one. We'll see Tim next week. Really good stuff there. Stay focused. They smash the like. Ryan and Tim equals cash. Indeed, that's what we're going to do here. We're going to keep trying to bring you as much value as we can to make your trading and your P&L that much better. Okay, really awesome stuff. We are waiting here for 13. He should be joining us here pretty soon. Let's get back to those stocks that you folks wanted to take a look at. We left off with Roblox, ticker RBLX, but I believe you folks wanted to take a look at AST Space Mobile. Some people call it Astus. If you want to do that, ticker ASTS here. And just kind of looking at the chart here, really, really nice impulse move. And I really like the price action here on this kind of sideways action here. Doing a really good job kind of holding this 22, 23-ish level. I think that this maybe not just 1 point, but kind of a level in here. And I also noticed that some of the let me get my other chart up here. Some of these other space stocks should be doing pretty well, right? First of all, if we look in the pre-market here, Astus is just about flat. But if we compare that to something like Rocket Lab, That is trading up here today. Obviously, Tesla's having a huge move up. Tesla, you draw whatever connections and conclusions you want regarding how that connects to SpaceX and all of that. Private space exploration and travel definitely seems to be a theme. I would imagine, we just talked about maybe there being less regulation and all of that. I would imagine that this entire sector would kind of pick up here. So let's go back to ASTS. I'll try and give you some levels from this right off the daily chart. We already kind of talked about the downside level. Really kind of looks like it's at support here. The next level for me is going to be this 26 area. We currently have the 50-day average at 26.30, but I would imagine that this 20-day and this 50-day are really going to kind of get closer to each other and maybe kind of settle around that 26 area. That to me looks to be the next area to the upside. If we're able to take out 26.30 really seems next. Obviously, those all-time highs here up here just shy of 40 and 39 in change on ASTS. So no position for me. Be careful here. The stock has confirmed its earnings for 8 days from today. That's going to be Thursday, November 17th, after market on that day. So order flow trader, SMCI actually led off with SMCI here today. News just keeps getting worse. SMCI down another 18% here. It was actually down 19% earlier. Supermicro computer shares are trading lower after JP Morgan downgraded the stock from neutral to underweight and cut its price target on the stock from 50 to 23. Lower we go here. Stock currently trading at 22.72 to the downside here. So SMCI, we were talking about this earlier, both on this show, on Happy Hour, and live trading in previous shows. Really seems that the level here for a potential long is going to be in the teens. I think it was Ja earlier here in this show was saying they were kind of waiting for 15 to 17 seems to be that range there, order flow. So we'll see if we get down there. But like I said, we had already kind of covered SMCI. We can go back to that, especially when the market opens here. Thumbs up if you're good. Boom. Good morning, 13. Did you get any sleep last night? Or did you pull an all-nighter?
Oh, I got sleep.
Okay, perfect. Me too. I wasn't going to join any of that craziness. Got some sleep. We're rolling here today. Hope that you had a good rest of your evening. Thanks for joining us here today. Anything going on?
Oh, I just saw you were talking about Supermicro.
Yeah, covered Supermicro here. You got any thoughts on this? I mean, order flow was wanted to kind of go over Supermicro. I did this kind of at the outset of the show here, but happy to rewind here. You got any thoughts on ticker SMCI?
Yeah, I kind of summed it up yesterday with them releasing. It wasn't even earnings they released; it was preliminary, and then the delay in the 10K filing. More not good news, in my opinion. And I understand that this company has a good product, but what's up with those books? I'd be very concerned about it, and I still think this is going to go under 20.
Yeah. And didn't we have a PR here regarding that? Yeah, we had an update here. We talked about this yesterday. Sounds like there's a little bit of kind of shadiness with this. The special committee has completed its investigation based on a set of initial concern raised by Ernst & Young. Following a 3-month investigation led by independent counsel, the committee's investigation to date has found that the audit committee has acted independently and there is no evidence of fraud or misconduct on the part of the management of the board of directors.
So the board creates the special committee. The committee finds that the board did nothing wrong. So I guess everything's fine. Get out of here.
Well, the market is telling you that is not the case because SMCI down here another 18% here today. So this was from yesterday in the after hours. This was their update on that. So there you go.
Shadiness.
There you go on SMCI. Yeah. And what I was throwing out to the group earlier, look, if you folks are going to trade this, I want to know how you're approaching a trade here on SMCI. Jay Walker wants to say, stop being suspicious. Clearly they're innocent. The people they hired said so.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna sweep the Ernst & Young crap underneath the rug. You're totally right.
Sarcasm there is pretty palpable. Free Jeff saying rip SMCI. And honestly, Jeff, I think at this point, given the pronounced sell-off that we've seen, I think your second comment here is spot on. Wait for the long, right? At this point, how much more downside do you have unless you really think that this is going to zero? I mean, are you really going to try to take a short down here from 22 to 17 for a 5-point short? Maybe we do get that, but Jeff, I really think that the better trade here is likely going to be waiting for the long. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Okay. The other stock that someone had asked about earlier was going to be Nvidia. This is actually the first time we've taken a look at Nvidia here post-election. So Nvidia up 1.6% here in the pre-market. I got to be honest, just kind of looking around at the rest of what's going on here. Let's look at the NASDAQ futures. Also higher here by about the same amount. To me, it sure looks like this is trading with the general market. There were green arrows across the board here on Nvidia. The one level that we really do want to kind of look for here is going to be the new all-time high breakout. I think I've got that at 144. Let me see if I can get you that exact level in here. High 144.42 is that high print there. That's what we're going to be looking for on the upside here on Nvidia. 13, when it comes to Nvidia, now that the election is kind of out of the way, has your thoughts on this stock changed? Are you looking to trade this when maybe you wouldn't have before? Has anything changed here on Nvidia?
No, I think this is probably going to be even worse for Nvidia because Trump's already, talking about floating tariffs on China. So I think that would hurt Nvidia's sales, since a good portion of their revenue comes from doing business with China. So I mean, I think that's what we kind of have to be clear-eyed about, is that our new president-elect might well, it's definitely going to hurt China stocks to some capacity, but it could also hurt the stocks that are associated on the business side with some of these American companies like Nvidia.
So I was thinking about that and kind of talking about that with some of my buddies. You could come up with a world where maybe China stocks actually benefit from this. If you think that China is, not thrilled about the new president-elect, perhaps they stimulate more. And perhaps that results in a shorter term pop for some of these stocks. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but I think that that's a possibility. We'll see. Now, as far as Nvidia goes, I'm with you on that. And 13, more so than that, I'll be honest, if this really starts to crack, how many big holders in this have massive gains in Nvidia? If this really starts to sell off, I think we might see a diversification into some other names and not just some of the AI names that we've been discussing.
That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I think I had another thought on the China names, but
sorry, I probably bulldozed. No, okay. I'm sorry about that. 13.
Of course, but yeah, the tariffs. I could see your point, especially when it comes to this. Oh, the stimulus. That was what I was going to speak on. I don't know the name of the body that's meeting this week. We had discussed it in the happy hour chat, but this week they're going to be discussing whether or not to do more stimulus, and I'm sure they will. So we'll find out if that's the case. It's interesting that they delayed this meeting too, because this was supposed to happen before the election. Now it's kind of in during the week that it happened. So we'll probably find out pretty soon from China whether or not they're going to or when they're going to do their stimulus. And then, of course, we also have a rate decision later this week too, in which we're probably going to get 25 basis point cut.
Yeah. So we'll see how that affects some of these stocks as well. Okay. We did it. We made it through the whole list of stocks that I had here for today. 13, I know you kind of jumped in here. Did you have anything else that we want to cover here? Should we take a look at the movers? You have any levels on the SPY? You have just anything in general that you want to cover?
We can talk the SPY, since I know folks like to hear about those levels.
Let's go ahead and do that.
My God, we really. So we're at new all-time highs.
Yeah, we are going to open here at new all-time highs. High print of the pre-market here today, 590.71. That was from earlier here. You can see on the chart that I have this trend line that we've kind of been talking about, the one that I drew on my chart. I know our trend lines probably look a little bit different, but the one that I drew here on my chart, we're popping basically right to that. And to me, it'll be interesting if we can get above that. Where do we go next here?
Well, we've talked a lot about blow off tops. This might be the blow off top of blow off tops. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So when you say that, do you mean like this is the top where we kind of you think that, when do you think that sell-off's coming? Blow off top, to me, when you say that, that indicates that there's going to be a big down move on the back half of that. You think that's a 2025 thing, or just kind of a now that the election's out of the way, maybe we do it now?
I mean, we talked about a lot about how it could be a 2025 thing, and I still think that's possible that we'll get the bigger sell-off then. As we discussed it a whole bunch, but this move in particular, with just blowing through these previous levels, I don't have anything above this. It's only beneath at this point. So I think that with the how extended the RSI is going to be and how much liquidity is going to how much liquidity we're going to have in this market, I think that's going to give an opportunity for these larger names, these larger institutions that are looking to exit, to be able to exit because they have that liquidity. Now, I don't think it's going to be the amount that they need when they bring out those AI IPOs that we've talked a lot about, but we have to watch and see what the volume is going to be like today, because this is a massive move up, and I think that we would at least get more than the volume that we've been getting this whole year.
Now, I agree with you there. You make a really good point there about the volume numbers. One of the things that I remember going back to 2016, in the after hours, it was like limit down, right? It was Trump was not expected to win. Market was clearly showing you that the uncertainty was being priced in. The market opened up down the following day and then ended up closing green. Do you think that there's any, and I know I'm asking you to kind of go out on a limb here, but do you think that there's any world in which now, once we open here, we kind of move to the downside and maybe even close red? Or you think that's completely out of the question today?
Today, I don't want to say it's not a possibility. It could totally be a possibility. I don't know how soon we're going to see that. This is a very big move that we're getting overnight. So I get your point about how this could result in just turning around and selling off, because hey, we have all these people buying, we have all these buyers now, so that means that the sellers are going to be able to sell at the prices they want to, for the most part. So I think that's we're kind of on the same page here. I think there could be a sell-off, but I don't want to say that there is going to be one. It's just that this is such an outsized move to the upside, and they don't have any levels above this. Let's see here. It could, maybe, let's say it goes up to 592. Even if it goes up to there, there's still a possibility it could turn around and come right back in. I just don't know what kind of price action we're going to get today exactly. But this is a extended move. So
yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And if we take a look here at the VIX, which we've kind of used to determine when we might be at a top or a bottom or a potential reversal point in either direction, VIX here is sitting at 1588 here in the pre-market. This closed above 20 yesterday, so getting absolutely smoked here today with this move up. We've traditionally seen the up move kind of slow down and reverse when the VIX gets to the 12 or 13 level. So maybe if you're going to look at those same levels here, you have a little bit more room on this up move before we actually turn around. So we'll see here. Stay focused, saying Ryan in 13, what are the option markets telling you about SPY today? I would focus on that. Okay.
What I was actually wanting to briefly talk about was what some of the chats are mentioning about SAVE ripping in the pre-market here.
Let's do it, bro. If the chat wants it, let's do it. What do you got?
I thought a little bit about this because this is one that I was trading for the merger, and that merger didn't work out. And they were also making some pretty good points in the chat about how with oil going down, that's going to be better for airlines because it'll reduce the fuel costs. But with SAVE in particular, I think because of how much the current administration's been slapping down mergers and acquisitions, that the names that are that were looking to merge or that tried and failed, or that that the DOJ stepped in, or whatever the case was, those might actually, I think that it's breathing new life into those names. So with SAVE, they were trying to merge with JetBlue.
Mm-hmm.
The DOJ said not happening. Court ruled against them. But now we have going to end up having a new administration. So I think the chances of for M&A is just greatly increased. And I think that that's one of the reasons why SAVE is also moving, because there's renewed hope for this, that either they're going to have a new merger deal come out, or they're going to be more successful in selling off their assets, which is still kind of M&A. It's just, little pieces of it. So I think that that's one of the reasons why SAVE is moving, is because the new administration is not going to step in the way of mergers and acquisitions.
Okay, real good stuff here. Looks like Big B's agrees with the yep. Under Trump, it would be allowed. Yep. Merger. Whoa. So here we go. SAVE responding to that, up 12.5% here in the pre-market. This actually might be on our list here for this morning. Yashwanth. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Morning, guys. What about Tesla? Oh, man. If you're a Tesla fan, Yashwanth, you're having a good day here today. Tesla plus 12% on the back of the election. Of course, this is related to Elon tying himself to Trump's campaign and likely going to get a spot in Trump's cabinet here. So Tesla responding very positively to that. We take a look at the daily chart here, 281. We've really kind of broken out of this recent sideways area. The next spot that I have above here is just around 300. I wouldn't be shocked if we get that. And also we have a gap fill here up to 291. 13, you got any levels here for Yashwanth?
No, you got it. Yeah, I actually have for that gap fill, that's going to fill at 289.52. But your point about the just under 300, yeah, that's where I have the July 19th, 2023 high. And that's what I'd be looking towards for a near-term top. I don't know that we're going to break past that. It certainly could, but I don't know that we are.
Okay.
It seems like that would be another really big outsized move that could also come right back in. But let's see what happens once we open. I imagine it's going to be a wild day.
Yeah, I do too. Add this one to your list. We should be able to trade this one as well. 13, it's 6 minutes after 9 here. I think we ought to just kind of get those movers out of the way before we run out of time. The time seems to go faster when you're having fun, and that's what we noticed yesterday. Yeah.
Real quick, Tom V's bringing up something that we spent a lot of time.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
Let's take it away, 13. Take it away.
If only we had, taken positions in a stock like Geo. These are prison stocks, because the whole thought here under this administration is that we're going to see a lot of deportation, a lot of arrests. Obviously, there's an argument that crime isn't out of control, but you go look around and you can see that there's definitely elements of elevated crime. So I think we're going to see a lot of prisons being filled, a lot of arrests, a lot of deportations. And that's one of the reasons why these are moving.
And just really quickly here, just kind of just saying that on the surface really kind of sounds yikes. But really what's going on here is that the previous administration did have a lean towards a defund the police, less respect for police overall, less importance for police. Now the new administration looks to kind of reverse that. So all of those things that you were saying, absolutely on the docket here. We actually, Tom, we have in Happy Hour, we have discussed private prison stocks, not stocks that people necessarily like owning, just given what it does. But these all here, popping stocks up 24.5% here today. So there's your Trump trade. The other side of this is he's asking, can you guys tell us what to stay away from now that Trump won? Well, here's a couple of things. Did Trump... I want to say this, maybe I'll end up being wrong. And you know what? You guys screenshot me, come back with all of that if you want. I really do think that because now that Trump is the president-elect, he no longer has to campaign. It's not possible for him to be the president after this term. So I think that he's going to focus on making this a legacy term. And I think that there might be some things that we kind of don't see early on that end up coming to fruition. So the first thing that I would say to you, Izzy, here is it's going to be very, very important to kind of watch the dynamic and how the dynamic changes. Now, stay focused. You are reading into it. In the near term, there are absolutely two industries that I see already that are getting smoked. First one here is solar, and stay focused is hitting it. Do not buy dips on solar. The only caveat that I'm going to mention here, you can see First Solar here down 187, stocks down 13% here today. The one caveat that I will say here is that with Elon being involved in some way, You might hear some positive things about solar. I think if that happens, it's going to be very, very crucial that it's going to be company specific and that you kind of focus on that company specific news. That would be my kind of caveat here. However, solar stocks really taking it on the nose here today. And I would say it's probably a safe bet to maybe stay away from these at least until something changes. The other area that I think you should stay away from is going to be cannabis. Cannabis took a beating. It was on the docket in several states for recreational legalization. Florida was one of them, and it did not pass. So now you have the Trump administration. And even though Trump has talked recently about being friendly to cannabis for the purpose of getting income from taxing it, these stocks telling you here this morning out of favor. So I just pulled up ACB here. Realistically, I could pull up CGC. This stock's down even more, 18%. Tilray, I know this is another popular one, I guess you'd say, amongst the group here. So right away, Izzy, the two things that I would say here to stay away from, at least until we get some more information: solar and cannabis.
Yeah, I had that information out for you guys on Happy Hour chat. Eastern, it would have been 9:30. As soon as I found that was that Florida rejected the ballot measure, I was like, well, that's going to be bad for cannabis.
Yeah. Bonjour, Smoke Tuna. Great of you to join us here this morning. No bad dad jokes for you today, I promise. All love, my man. All love, my man. Jonathan Cooper bringing up another really good point here. Now, this one I don't necessarily have a whole lot for you right away. I want to be very, very careful about this. Jonathan asks, with RFK making moves on the pharma, will that get hit? Okay, I think what you're asking here is what types of pharma names might be endangered now that RFK seems to have a leg in here too. I'll say this: I know that the knee-jerk reaction here would be anything vaccine-related bad. And while that might end up playing out, I think especially if that company was kind of focusing on the COVID vaccine, that might be something here. But I would caution you to say anything vaccine-related is immediate downside. I would caution you on that. I know there's a lot being made about RFK, what he says and what he stands for. And I'll be honest, from hearing people that talk to him in real life and actually meet him in person, what is portrayed of him is far from what he's actually like. So the message here, I would say, is let's be cautious on this. Let's not just kind of indiscriminately pick pharma stocks to be crushed. And let's kind of have an open mind about how some of the changes actually might be beneficial. Yeah. We'll see if I'm right on that. What do you think? What are your thoughts there, team?
To your point on that, a company that's more specifically focused on vaccines only, or that was instrumental in making vaccines for COVID, that would be, if that's all that their business is, that would be the kind that's going to get hit the hardest. A company like Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson, they have a whole bunch of other products that they also have. So I don't think that's going to get hit as hard. But a company like Moderna, which is also down today, I think that company is going to get absolutely shellacked.
Okay. Really good stuff there. Will RTX, look at Michael not holding back here. Awesome lion avatar, by the way. Will RTX drop now that the warmongers are out? So this is an interesting question here. I'm going to kind of rephrase this a little bit. How are defense names going to do would be how I would rephrase that. I still think that the Trump administration is going to spend on defense, but I don't, I don't know if it's going to be overspending. We'll see on that. I kind of want to wait this one out. I will say though, this stock right here, RTX, this was one of the better calls that our group has made. I was actually long this in the 77 handle, and I ended up selling it in the mid 80s and thought I did great. I'm looking at it here today at 120, one point, almost up towards 130. So this is going to be hit or miss here. This is going to be hit or miss here. I do think that there's going to be some hit to some of these, but Trump's still a defense guy, and I think he's still going to spend on defense.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. I understand the whole warmonger thing, and I get that there might be some winding down of Ukraine war as a result of his election. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case in the Middle East, because the Abraham Accords were kind of his Middle East baby that he brought into law, and it was actually a pretty good set of policy. So I think he's going to want to keep going forward with what was already put in motion in the Middle East, and that might mean some more bombs being dropped or missiles being fired in Iran's direction. So I don't necessarily think that it's the end for RTX. I just think that because of how much of a run it's had, it needs to cool off, and that would be what I would expect as a cooling off period. How far we see that go down, not exactly sure, but I'd be looking at $100 for support.
Okay, really awesome stuff there, 13. And I'm gonna smash up the like for our guy 13 here. Replay Game Lab 13. You know so much. Thanks for the big brain dumps. You know, one of the things that I've learned about 13 here is that when you focus on reading, especially when you focus on diversifying some of your sources, it turns out that you become very, very smart. And I can speak to 13's ability to do that. So really good stuff there. Shannon, good morning. It is a good morning, isn't it? Beautiful day here. Great to see you here this morning, Shannon. Okay.
Yeah. To what Ryan said, absolutely. Read as much credible news as you can. Don't be afraid to dabble in, a news source that isn't to your political alignment. There might be some pieces in there that what you normally read is not saying. So I feel it's worth just dabbling into both sides, but make sure you get credible news sources and read as much as you can. It really helps.
And again, 13, you do a really good job of doing that on a consistent basis. So hats off to you. Okay, before we are losing time here, we're going to have to run through the movers. I know we've talked about a lot of stocks here already. I will say having this extra time prior to the market opening has been absolutely phenomenal for covering some of these stocks. We're actually going to start right here with DATS. I think, Gary Morris, are you still around? I believe you were asking me about this earlier. I apologize that we were unable to get to this earlier when you were asking, but let's dive in right now. This is DAT Chat, ticker DATS, Delta Alpha Tango Sierra. We've traded this one a number of times before, right off the scanner here. This stock popped as high as 550 before almost retracing the entire move, and now trading higher here. It's been a really good drift up. We actually took out the VWAP here in the pre-market, looking really, really good here as far as this pre-market action here on DATS. Now, I didn't see any fresh news on this, so this does kind of look to be just kind of a momentum move here. I love where it's at, though. Love where it's at, right above the VWAP here. Let me take a look. I actually didn't run down any of these 13, so I'm just going to kind of be discovering as we go here. Float on DATS, right in the butter area of the stocks we like to trade, 2.7 million in the float. On average, stock trades just under 200,000 shares, but today, 32.5 million, just an absolute huge move here. Short interest, pretty negligible. It does have a little bit, very low on the percent of float shorted, low on the days to cover. It says a day here, but that's actually probably less than a day, to be quite honest with you. And then taking a look at the financials here, balance sheet has very little cash on the balance sheet, and it burns about $1 million a quarter. So they're going to have to figure out something here pretty soon with DATS. Also worth mentioning, Smoke Tuna called this yesterday for a run with a Trump win.
That's part of it.
That's what you're getting. It looks like that's what you're getting here. 13, what do you think here on DATS?
No, I think Smoke Tuna's got a good part of the reason why it's moving here, but this is also moving with Bitcoin. Why? Because it is a blockchain company, also cybersecurity and social media. But the ties that it has to Trump is that I think it was last week, they did a Trump trivia podcast. So it seems like this company is they like Trump. So I think there's a little bit of an affiliation there, but the reason for the big movement, Bitcoin. Blockchain is hot right now. We can see that across all the different Bitcoin names that we've already mentioned. Bitcoin itself, this is a blockchain company. So I think that's the big reason why this is moving here. So you have the Trump effect and the blockchain effect that's pushing this up here. You already said all the other things that I was going to cover, the float, the fact that they need cash. But the reason why this is moving today, Sympathy. There you go. Well said there, 13. Gary, hope you found that helpful. DATS, this absolutely is in play here today. Next one here is going to be SONN. This is SONN. And any of you
that have been around for a little bit, we've traded this one before as well. Sonnet Biotherapeutics looks like this popping here, traded up to 13. Looks like we actually did take 13 out there. A little bit, kind of came back in. 13 definitely seems to be a key level. Love the fact that we're above the VWAP here. Really like what the volume looks like here in the pre-market as well. San, unlike the DATs here, we do have a catalyst here. I'm going to go ahead and read this for you. I haven't dug into it, though. I'm going to do my best. It's a biotech. There's probably some tough words in here, but let's see what we can do. Sonnet Biotherapeutic Shares announces issuance of U.S. patent covering variant IL-18 incorporated into 2 novel immunotherapeutic drug candidates. Both novel biofunctional and monofunctional fusion proteins exhibit wild type binding to the IL-18 receptor, coupled with undetectable binding to the inhibitory IL-18 binding protein. All right, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to try to blow sunshine up any of your rear ends. I am not a doctor or a scientist, so I can't tell you what that means. Sure sounds good. Market likes this here. Stock's up 189%. 13. We know the vastness of your galaxy brain. Can you break this down for us? Can you break this down for us at all? Can you shed some light on this?
Sure. The market's rewarding a company by that got a patent. There you go. There you are. That's what it is. So,
see, that's why we go to you, 13. That's why we do this.
The float is 5.115 million shares. So still within that small size that's able to be pushed around pretty easily. They did a 1-for-8 reverse split on September 30th. So this was also trying to regain compliance. Now, unfortunately, they only have about a quarter's worth of cash, and they're going to have to do some kind of offering or raise again. Don't think that would be today. But it's going to be coming soon because they have, I think, about $3.5 million in the bank, and that's only really enough to get them through the next 90 days.
Okay. Real quick here, it looks like the most recent targets all coming from Chart and Capital. Buy rating.
They're on that one, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. They sure are. Their highest price target there goes up to about 30 on SONN.
You know what was great about SONN, right? Just when we brought it up, is that it was actually breaking out of that bull pennant and went to the new pre-market high of 1328. Now it's come back in. As long as we can hold VWAP, there's a good shot we can expect more out of this. But if we start leaking beneath VWAP into the open, we probably want to wait and see where this ends up going before we start trading it. MACD is also showing it's rolling over as well.
Okay. Really good stuff here. Actually, let me go ahead and reload this real fast. There we go. That's what we wanted. Now let's click on AREB. We actually already talked about GEO and DJT and the Tesla ETF. So we're pretty much done here with the list. What's going on?
Well, I have one more that some of the chat was looking to.
Let's do American Rebel here real quick. We got 8 minutes.
That's it.
Plenty.
That's the one.
So we're reading your mind here. American Rebel Holdings. This spiked just over 550, just shy of 6 here. They do have earnings in less than a week. Okay, so 6 days, and they're going to be reporting earnings. So kind of keep that in mind here. The most recent piece of news came from yesterday morning, so maybe it's just a delayed reaction. What do you got here, 13? I'm excited to hear what you have on this stock with a million share float.
I'm going to describe a company to you, and I want you to tell me who you think this is more tied to, which candidate. Okay, close your eyes for a moment. A company that develops self-defense, safe storage, and patriotic products. It designs, manufactures, and markets concealed carry products. It offers products ranging from in backpacks, vault doors, and others. Now, open your eyes. What candidate do you see?
The one that recently
that won. That's why it's moving.
Yeah, really good stuff here on AREB. This should be in play here today.
It's moving with the Trump win. Rebel Brands. I mean, I think it speaks for itself. 1.073 million shares in the float. They just did a 1-for-9 reverse split last month on the 2nd. Company still needs cash, like badly. So this could be one of the companies that halts and does an offering, but I don't know that they've already filed any prospectus or anything. So I'm not sure if that's coming or not, but they do need cash.
All right, Sheldon and Tom are giving us the next stock to break down here. That's going to be ticker MSTR. That's, of course, MicroStrategy. This also moving with Bitcoin here. You can see MSTR actually in the pre-market here, 261 looks to be the high. We've given back some of those gains here, but this stock closed yesterday 228. Stock's up 10, almost 11% here today. MSTR. If we take a look here at the daily chart, in fact, let me go back to my bigger chart here so we can utilize some of the moving averages here on MSTR. The one thing that I will say on some of these, I talked a little bit about Coinbase earlier. I think you're probably, especially given the pre-market action here in MicroStrategy, I think you might be better off just kind of waiting for dips on this name. We'll see here. MicroStrategy 252. We'll see if it can go for that high here. I've got this at what, 268 and change. Let's call it 269. Your all-time high within reach here. Ticker MSTR. You got anything on this one?
We already know that this is tied to Bitcoin, and it's one of the largest Bitcoin holders out there in terms of a publicly traded company. Interesting technical move off the 20-day SMA. We didn't quite touch it, but it was the area was providing support for the past couple of days. That's going to be the moving average to watch for should the this price come back in, but I don't know that it is. Your point about the high that we have, the all-time high at 267 and 89 cents.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that getting. I don't know about today, but certainly some point before the end of the year is out, or maybe even this week. We're going to see that tested, maybe even breached.
Okay, really good stuff here. Again, thinking about it, mentioning Trump likes crypto. Trump
he does now.
Trump did emerge as the pro crypto candidate. So we'll see how that actually keeps going here. How MSTR trades here today. It's actually trading up here in the pre-market. Yeah,
we're getting okay. So DJT in the pre-market was consolidating down around 43, moving up to VWAP now, trying to break over 45. So here we are with a 5 minutes to open, almost actually 4 minutes to open setup here. Just watch and see what we get at the open here with DJT. We could take out VWAP and then go higher. 46.75 would be the next level if we do that.
Okay. Lynn, we appreciate all of your support. You want to get really smart like Ryan in 13, get curious. Look, I'm someone that comes from a family of teachers. Both my mom and dad were teachers. And one of the things that they instilled to me at a very young age is that life is a journey, and it's a journey about just kind of learning things. Just you never really kind of turn that off. Life is just kind of a learning lesson from start to finish. So I've really kind of adapted that. I'm always looking for more information to make it smarter here, to make myself.
Smoked, and I'm not suggesting that anybody pick up DJT here. I'm just suggesting they watch it to see if we recapture VWAP.
Good morning, Robert. It's good to see you, my man. What an awesome day indeed. I suspect that your port has green arrows all over the damn place, Robert. Really awesome stuff. Okay. We are getting ready to open here. 3 minutes to go. Boy, looking over at my screen here, it does look like a lot of these small caps were trading up. Lynn and Randy, can you believe it? Maybe Portillo's will actually close green here today with the small caps being in favor. Let's see if that's the case here. Yeah,
we had some earnings this morning. Let me double check and see what those were, because there was one or two that was interesting. NVO, okay, that was one of them. Looks like they're down. Let me just double check and see.
Nucor up 11% here this morning. That's another one that's kind of moving up here. You know what we can do, 13? Let's go back to this movers here real quick, and then let's adjust this market cap slider. There we go. Here's one of the ones that I was talking about earlier here. Watch coin, especially watch coin for a breakout of this 225 level here on coin. Tesla is going to be a big one here. Wells Fargo looks pretty good. Ex-dividend in 2 days, by the way, on Wells Fargo. CVS had earnings here this morning. It was that one of the ones that were on your list here. CVS up 11% here this morning on the backs of those earnings. Conference call looks like it's over.
One I was watching was SFL. I've traded this one before. This is a tanker company.
Another one that reported earnings here this morning, 13, is going to be Starwood Properties. This is STWD, if I am not mistaken. This was a Tim Melvin pick. They reported earnings here. We had Tim Melvin on earlier today. So that's the other thing. So those of you that are used to joining us during live trading, Tim Melvin's spot has now been moved to 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So we're actually going to be talking to Tim when the market is not open. This should give us more time to actually focus on trading opportunities. Sorry, 13.
No, no, I was trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry. The Tim Melvin segment, that's able to be watched again, right? We're going to have that in the YouTube. I'm sorry, the YouTube channel.
Yes, all of the shows will have replays on the Benzinga's YouTube page. You can absolutely go back in case you've missed those, but just to kind of prepare you guys for that right now. Melvin, I know we're used to having him at 10 o'clock in the morning on Wednesdays. It sounds like that's going to be moved to 8:30. I will say this, if he's ever unavailable to join at 8:30, I'm going to extend him an invitation to join at 10 in case that's a little bit easier to fit into his schedule. But what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to have those guests outside of market hours, unless we actually bring in a trader. That way, we're going to be able to kind of really just focus on the trading activities. Scapegoat, no worries. You can actually rewind today's stream. And thinking about it, actually, I love it. You're already on it. You can actually rewind today's stream to go back and do that. Okay, we are open, folks. Let's see what Wall Street has for us today. Good luck. Stay green. Let me get my stuff rolling here.
DJT could not get over VWAP in the pre-market, so be careful here. It looks like we might, go down before we go up. Still looking for 45 on this one. Let's see, SONN, that one is lower out of the open, trying to get some support. Not sure if we're going to come back up here to the pre-market highs with this one quite yet. Might have to just wait some of these out. The MACD on SONN is also showing that there's some downside ahead.
Okay. DJT popping right back to the VWAP here. Looks like that's going to try and go higher here on DJT.
What's going on here with EYPT? Why is this up over 12? Not that I'm complaining.
A DJT big pull here now.
Yeah, so that's there we go. So I don't know why I pointed up. It looks like there's a passive state, but I don't have time to read through that right now.
Okay.
So SONN, that one's going lower. DJT, that one's going lower. Hey, it even tried to push up over 45 before it came back in.
There we go. Oh, this SONN, this pull was way worse than the DJT pull. I'm sorry, I focused on that too much. AREB getting mentioned here by Crow. Let's take a look at that American Rebel.
Okay, so we're at the 65 EMA here on that one. Don't know that that's going to hold up. We might have, might be a better buy down at 315 if that area holds. That's kind of where the consolidation was from after hours and where the pre-market lows were. Actually, that was closer to 3. So I would say closer to 315, somewhere in there. That's probably going to be a better buy area for AREB if we're going to trade this one.
Okay, DJT, I think we might be halted to the downside here. Indeed, we are halted to the downside on DJT. Smoke Tuna, look, Smoke Tuna is out here with the calls.
And SONN too. We are down off. We are halted on that one as well.
Okay.
Now Save, on the other hand, this one is actually up out of the open, but the volume it seems a little bit light. Pre-market high on this one is 293. We're not too far away from breaching that.
Okay, real quickly here, Spiro Bill, can you guys review Nike? Yeah, let's unless it's moving right now, let's maybe kind of save that for a little bit to when things slow down. Actually, Nike really kind of selling off here. Do we have any news? Maybe we should just do Nike right now. Nike down 2.5%+ here. I don't see any news on this. Go ahead, 13. Sorry. 75
is the support level that I have. Previously got that support back on October 31st. Actually, it's about 20 cents above that level, but 75 is the level that I have. We lose that, then there's a trend line that could provide support. Also, 71 looks like there also might be some support from the consolidation area back in July. That's what I would look at on a technical side. As far as why it's down today, it might have something to do with the Trump election and his stance on China. And China is a big revenue segment for Nike.
Yeah, this 75, this was the target on the Nike short when I opened that up. Didn't quite get there, but looking pretty good. Rivian down 7.5% here. They have earnings tomorrow after the market. Not a good day here on Rivian. Rivian price target. This is from today, lowered to 18 from 21 at Guggenheim. Boy, that is still a double from where we're at now. Rivian really tough. Really tough.
Bitcoin is finding some support around the 73,850 level. That's the level I've had marked off since 2021. Coming off of that level, looking to go back up to the high that we got in pre-market of 74,825. We could push through that and capture 75 again, as we did last night.
Okay. TSHA, Tuna mentioning this as a potential setup here. Crow screaming for us to brace ourselves on AREB. Absolutely love it. CTKB, Smoke Tuna, looks like you got that as well. Let's see what we can find here. CTKB. This one looks a little too thin for me. Biotech, some of these biotechs really doing well.
AREB trying to turn around here, but still has some consolidation to get through first.
Yeah, that $4 level is interesting to me on AREB.
Let's see what happens here. If it can hold a 65 EMA, that'd be good, but still looks like it needs to go lower.
What on earth happened to my chart?
Nvidia pushing up higher out of the gate. Root to 78. Yeah, it's a banger. Why is oil down? Because we touched on this yesterday about how during the last Trump presidency, oil was one of the worst performing, or I don't want to say worst performing, but the least performing sector throughout his presidency, because drilling is well, it's not cheap for these companies to produce this, and when you have a lot of oil on the market, you're going to have lower price that they sell at. I think you're going to see oil take a hit because there's. I mean, now let me just do an asterisk as well. I think oil is going to take a hit because so much more oil is going to be available on the market. But there were some oil companies that were kind of writing their own legislation for Trump to sign. So there could be some changes going forward. Oil might be a buy later on, but right now I don't think it is.
Good breakdown there on oil. Coin, we talked about this one here at the outset for a potential move up towards 240, 232 now. Coin looking pretty good so far here. MSTR, the other Bitcoin name we were taking a look at, that actually curling back to the pre-market highs right from around the open. This high, I should have given you the level there. Sorry about that. 261 looks to be the spot. The actual pre-market high, 261.5. DJT is open and moving lower here on DJT.
Close to potential support area. If we don't get it at the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, it might be at 40 even. Looks like doesn't look like a whole lot of anything, as a matter of fact. Still trying to find something to. I've just been, kind of selling some positions that brand, like some of the Bitcoin stuff. Not much else though. FOXO heading north. I saw that one was up. I think it was like the biggest mover this morning, but that was a penny name that was under $1.
Thinking about it, saying DJT possibly a sell the news event. Thinking about it, I would say that might be the case. Now it is bouncing here. I wouldn't be shocked if this is going to be volatile here today. So DJT bouncing.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, so almost to the 200 EMA that I was mentioning. It was about 17 cents away from what I was looking at, and we did get that bounce. Now we have to get back up through VWAP, which is going to be a tall order, especially with the consolidation that we put in here.
Indeed.
But if we do, the level to take out, if we do recapture VWAP, is going to be 45. As you can see, that we the last two times that we tried to break through it on the 5-minute chart was the open and the 5-minute candle after that, both rejected. I think 45 is going to be a big level if we get back up there.
FOXO, that penny stock that you guys are watching, 36, this continuing to roll higher here. FOXO, no position for me in that. Geo, that's the prison company that we talked about. That's rolling. DJT continues to roll to the downside here. So here we go. Shaking out anyone that's in this. This is actually going to halt again, isn't it?
Let me see here. Yes.
Yeah, I believe this is halted here. DJT halted
There it is.
again. Bang. So it's thinking about it. As far as you were mentioning about the sell the news. Oh, you know what? No. I was going to say all red candles in there. In fact, if I go to the 5-minute, nothing but selling. So you probably had a ton of people trading this overnight. This seemed to be, maybe I want to call this the most obvious of the Trump names, the stocks to trade. So I think you're getting some pretty substantial profit taking here today. DJT second halt of the day, this time to the downside.
Well, let's see what the SPY is doing. Is that turning red?
It's just kind of holding in there.
The all-time high before we opened this morning was 586.12. So I'd be looking at that level for support. Okay, and Bitcoin still moving up. Getting pretty close to that level I mentioned.
Wells Fargo here. I know Tim Melvin this morning talked a lot about banks and this being a better environment for them now that the regulatory environment isn't going to be as bad. He also went on to say that the previous administration that's on its way out was extremely against M&A, especially for banks. Wells Fargo here showing you a pretty good move here today.
What did you have any comment on the solar names getting hammered?
No, we talked about that. I got asked here what's our sectors to avoid. He didn't make any comment yet on solar. You know what though? He did mention that next week when he comes back, he's going to have more stocks to talk about trading for. So maybe we should ask him about those solar names when that happens. That's exactly what we'll do. 13.
Oh,
exactly
thinking about it
here.
100%, 100% thinking about it. This company is just. I don't think I could say enough bad things about the way this company is structured and how it's run. This is if you like Trump or if you want to trade the man, that's how you do it. You buy DJT and then you sell it when you think you've done well. But that's how you trade this guy. Is that stock?
And to your point, 13, we've been extremely clear on DJT that this is in no way a investment vehicle. This is strictly a trading vehicle. So this volatility that is created from all of this stuff, this is effectively what we're trading here. And we've been clear on that for a while.
Yeah. Microsoft ripping after hitting a.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at some of those tech names here. Let's see how we're holding in. I'm going to go to Nvidia first here. That is popping out of the open here. Higher we go on Nvidia. Stop me if you've heard that before. Microsoft here, nice little dip and rip on Microsoft. This trying to break out from 418 to 13. Daniel Torres, I saw you asking earlier about Apple. I'm sorry I couldn't fit it in when we were doing that, but here you go. One of the things that I had mentioned about Apple is that, especially with everything going on, the changing of the guard here in the White House, the whole 9 yards, Apple still seems to be more of the safety trade. That also seems to be playing out here today. So Apple looks like a little bit of a dip and rip. This is trying to go higher here. San is halted, it looks like. Oh, no, excuse me, resumed. I beg your pardon. So San, this moved down here. This is resumed and trying to bounce on SONN.
ARRB we were getting asked about that.
Yep.
They had some interesting news yesterday about a memorandum of understanding with the ASUS. ASUS is a manufacturer of computer components. I consider them to be a pretty.
ASUS. Is that ASUS?
Is that how you pronounce it?
Well, I don't know. We all pronounce it a little bit differently. I'm just making sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, ASUS.
Yep.
So yeah, that was interesting. But the thing that was really interesting about this company was its chart. This looks interesting to me. We're breaking over the 200-day SMA. Now, if we close above, that'd be really good.
What's the ticker?
ARBB.
Oh, ARBB. I was thinking ASUS. Sorry about that.
No worries. So I like the technical setup here with this one more than anything. I don't know enough about the company to really get excited about what it does, but this move, if we can get over this previous 52-week high, which was 90 cents, this could move well into the dollar and much higher. I mean, this is a really good technical setup. If you go to a daily chart, Ryan, you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sorry, I was
no worries.
Handling another trader here. Here you go. Here is your daily chart that you were mentioning, 13.
Yeah, if you have SMAs turned on for that, you can see why that looks exciting. But
well, here, I have a different chart that has the SMAs. I have the EMAs kind of hidden there. ARBB. Let's do this. Let's go daily. Boom, boom, boom. Here are your SMAs, 13.
So that's what I like about this one. If we can close above that 200-day SMA, there should be a continued upside for this one. I haven't looked at the financials or anything like that. Don't know anything about this company. Just looking at the chart though, that looks pretty good. RSI is pretty high, but if we can close above that 200-day SMA, I think we're going to probably see $1 in its future pretty soon.
Okay. Really good stuff there on that 200-day close above. Really, really good stuff there. All right, DJT is open, and stop me if you've heard this before. Lower we go here on DJT. So I think one of the things we should start looking at here, possible bounce points. 36 looks to be one of those. Right in here, maybe a bounce at 36. You guys let me know if any of you are going to take a step. Oh my God, we can get halted again to the downside here.
36.45 was the next one I had, and it just kind of bounced right off that spot. There's also consolidation from the after hours in that zone as well. Now, if this is just this could just be a bounce, like a short-term bounce here, like a dead cat bounce.
Yeah.
So let's just see what happens over the next 15 minutes with DJT. It might trade up, maybe as high up as VWAP, but this I wouldn't expect this to start breaking out into new highs from here. Let's just see if we can actually form a base first. I think that's what we need to see.
Sorry, won't need to send off one more message here real quick.
No worries. Let's see. Shade more of that. So Wiss is mentioning Z-Car, Smoke Tuna mentioning Poet setup, and the Crow is saying TMQ. What are my thoughts on Big Pharma if Trump puts RFK as the health guy? I mentioned earlier that it's going to be companies like Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer. I don't think I'd be too particularly worried about them because vaccines aren't all they do. They have a whole number of other healthcare products and supplies. So that's not their only business. It's the companies where vaccines are their only business. Those are the ones I think are going to be hurt the most. So a company like Moderna would be one that I would think that they would RFK would go after. I don't necessarily think he's going to be able to do a whole lot about Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson or a big name like that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, but we'll see how that shakes out. You guys are mentioning it here. I know everyone's watching it. DJT now halted to the upside. Maybe we kind of flushed out some of those players earlier. DJT halted to the upside. We'll wait for this to open. DATS, this is one from Gary earlier. Looks like this pullback has kind of come into a bounce zone here. DATS might be turning around as well. Crow mentioning Root and getting all of the emojis rolling here on Root. Yeah, rolling to the highs here. 80 prints coming here on Root. TMQ getting mentioned by the group. This was a penny stock into dollar territory. Here we go. TMQ. Let's see.
What does TMQ even do? Trilogy Meals? Or Metals. I'm sorry, Metals.
All right. Sorry about that. Some type of construction going on outside my house here. All right. SPY dipping a little bit. So we're starting to give back some of these gains here. TMQ continuing to rage to the upside here. SPY kind of turning around. We'll see where we kind of come into. This is why I was asking you earlier if you think we could kind of come back in. Now we're a ways away from going red here, but SPY coming back in. We'll see where this settles. Hello, friends. Hello, Chris. Good to see you here this morning.
Yeah, Glenn, that's it. Put the fibs on. That would be that's the play.
So here, you guys want me to do that here?
That'd probably give us much better levels to go for.
Are we just daily charting this move here with the fibs, with the Fibonacci retracement?
We can do a daily, yeah.
Oops. So we're going to do this to this.
Bitcoin.
Are these the levels that you were talking about? It does kind of look like it speaks to itself.
Yes. Yeah.
So here we go.
That looks good.
I'll leave this on. I'll leave this on when we go intraday. I know it makes the candles kind of a little rough to see here, but I tell you what, those levels really do stand out there, Glenn. That's a good mention. Good mention, my dude. I'm gonna keep flipping around some of these other stocks here. FOXO, that's just a.
It's okay. That fib that you have there lets us trade with all the colors of the stock.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
So this came in a little bit.
Yeah, Trilogy Metals, TMQ, that pulling now. ARBB, that one still pulling. AREB, this one trying to turn around. Let's see if we can recapture BWAP. I'd be cautious on this one still. SONN, that one has just done really nothing but go down. And I still think there's more downside ahead.
Whew. I gotta tell you what, even DJT bounced a little bit better than this one did. Although San actually kind of retested those lows. Brandon's asking, what app do you use? I like how that looks. Brandon, we're using Benzinga Pro here. Benzinga Pro is a financial news media wire with a bunch of other tools like scanners, calendars, and in this case, what I was just showing you there was the details tool. The trading view chart has the Fibonacci retracement that's really colorful and easy to see. By the way, I like that too. I've used Fibonacci retracements in several other brokers, and I don't like it nearly as much as the one that's here.
Microsoft's showing upper shadows on their 5-minute chart. Now it's starting to come down. Looks like it's going to have a date with VWAP, maybe lower.
Okay.
Dow Strong might buy home builders on this dip. Okay.
TMQ continuing to go higher. Nice job, Crow. I'm not in this one, but go ahead and hit that. Larry's asking, how do I get the password for the happy hour? Happy hour is not password protected, but you do need to have an active Benzinga Pro subscription. If you do, you'll get a little pop-up at the bottom when that goes live, or you can simply go into the chat tool in Pro and then click. Oops, I clicked on Anne Marie's room. Not a bad room to be in, but you can click on happy hour and we'll post a lot of those tickers in here. Boy, tell you what, the happy hour room, happy hour room going a little nuts here this morning. Lots of stuff going on in there. I'm gonna have to catch up on that. Afterwards. Larry, just go ahead and go into the happy hour chat room, and I'm sure someone will post the link for you at some point. Happy hour doesn't happen until the end of the day here, so you got plenty of time on that.
As far as the home builders go, I think there's a concern that with Trump touting a mass deportation, that a lot of the cheap labor that is used to put these homes together could be going with that, and that would increase the cost of building homes, which would pressure the home builders' margins, which would lead to lower stock prices. I think that's one of the concerns we've actually had fielded in our happy hour chat.
Yeah.
Don't really think we got too much into that conversation. We actually need to speak to Felicia about that, to be honest. But that's a potential headwind, that there could be some cheap home building labor getting deported. So just put that in the back of your brain as something that could potentially happen.
DJT resuming here, and this looking like this is going to continue to try to bounce. Look like it's actually back and forth here again. Sorry about the candles here. So it looks like it actually moved lower, but we're getting some bottom wicks. So we'll see if we bounce here on DJT. I'll be honest, I don't really feel great about a setup here for this, to be quite honest with you.
I'm just looking at
TMQ. Great. Yeah, let's see if we can take out this 39.5.
TMQ looks like it could get up to 140. That it hit a high of 125, but 140 could be possible. Let me see if I can find other levels as well.
Okay, we go to TMQ here. Oh my God, what a rager on expanding volume. TMQ.
Okay, so yeah, 140. That would be the next big resistance level that I see. If we get past that, 185. Those are my targets. 140 and
185. That's a big target there.
Yeah. Those would be the ones I'd be looking at. If we can get 140, I think we could that would be looking at 185.
Okay. Okay, coin. This actually came back in a little bit and doing a good job holding higher here. I think coin probably continues to trade up. I just saw UAL on my scanner. You guys were mentioning about oil being a little bit lower. That should be good for the airlines. Let's see what UAL was doing here today. UAL, big pop here. Wow.
UAL with the, looks like a gap up. How about Delta? Delta with the gap up.
Let me put Delta on here. Give me 1 sec. I got to figure out what's going on. 1 sec.
No worries. Yeah, looks like airlines have created a gap. So there's a gap to fill. Don't know if it's going to fill today, but I could see how we could, create this gap, pop up in the pre-market or in the pre-market, so that we have this gap in the open, and then we just fill it to the downside throughout the rest of the week before we move higher. But all of these airlines are showing that gap.
All right, sorry about that, 13.
Let's see, ALK, does that have the gap as well? It does. So all airlines have that gap to fill.
Okay.
So there's at least there's a trade there that on the gap fill that people could go for if they feel like it. TMQ high of 129. It's 11 cents away from that 140.
This has been the best trade.
That's been
scalping stock of the day here.
Crow was con.
Crow was cawing. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Oil actually getting a bid here. Bitcoin coming a little bit back, and actually the VIX creeping up. So we talked about that being in a 15 handle. VIX now 1670.
Big wall at 145.
On is that TMQ?
On TMQ? Yeah, that's what Smoke Tune was saying. SGBX. Oh, that reminds me. So safe and green. What is this one? This isn't the
which one? SGBX?
This is the we traded this one, SGBX. This is the cargo container one that makes structures for out of the shipping containers.
Yeah, I think we talked about this on Friday, October 25th, right? That had the huge pop. Maybe it was even the day before, that Wednesday, or excuse me, that Thursday. It popped the Wednesday, but the Thursday in the pre-market, it kind of leaked.
The 30th of October is the day that had the news. I think that may have been it, because they completed 2 major projects for government contractors.
Yeah. But they bled back everything during the regular session. What are we looking like here today? So this is actually moving here in the regular session. Interesting here. SGBX.
Let's see how TMQ is doing. TMQ pulling.
That kind of needed a pull, didn't it?
Probably did.
MSTR, you guys were mentioning this one earlier here. That's MicroStrategy. MSTR, this coming back in as well. Looks like 260 was your high. It was your pre-market high and your intraday high. MSTR backing off there. The Bitcoin price also moving to the same direction. 74,000 on the futures.
All right, let's see here. Let's take a look at something. Remember those media companies that I was talking about that report after the election? One of them was Sinclair Broadcast Group, SBGI. The other was
SBGI, Sinclair Broadcast. Yeah, Sinclair. Sorry, I can't tell your B's and your V's yet, but I'm working on it.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll try not to slur my words then, or my letters for that matter. GTN is the other one. That's Gray Television. GTN reports on Friday, and SBGI reports today after hours. So if you look what happened at the last election, or after when they reported earnings in 2020. They took off right after, and I think that was because of it reflected the advertising dollars. So that's going to be something that I'm going to watch and see if we get that as well in these 2 names.
Dan here. Dan, good morning. Hope you are well. TRDM, you're asking if this is good for the long term. You cited the dividend.
Let's see here.
I've got a dividend here. Looks like 50 cents. Don't have a yield readout there. Now, I will say they have earnings tomorrow morning. So unless you have a plan for that, I'd at least wait that binary event out here. Let's take a look at the chart. I'm going to get my bigger chart here, 13, that's got some of my moving averages on it.
I don't have any information on any recent dividend. According to the calendar that I think where you looked at, that dividend wasn't, the last one was paid was in 2009.
Okay, so that's probably outdated. Let me see. TRMD, excuse me.
But I do see that there was a yield, a 24.5% yield on the key info section here. Let me look into this some more.
Okay. TRDM here actually does look like we're at a fairly decent support here, 22.5 maybe on that, Dan. This might be a decent entry spot. This actually goes back to a previous resistance level from 2022 as well. So I would say if you can, if it fits here, maybe wait this out a little bit. You might get this at a slightly better price. Let's see. A shipping company owns and operates product tankers. It's a move with some of the change here in oil and maybe the drill baby drill thing. Company transports clean petroleum products, including gasoline, jet fuel, naphtha, and diesel oil, as well as clean products. The segment includes the tanker segment and the marine exhaust segment. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to look and I'm going to look and see what's going on with this, because I see that they did announce dividends, but that calendar wasn't showing us this information. They might be special dividends, because I noticed that on their cash flow statements, there's been inconsistent payouts. So let me look and see why that is, because
might that be like a Zim situation, since this is a shipper? Like
possibly,
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
That it's based upon the performance.
Yeah,
that's possible. Let me look into that.
Okay. Good stuff there. I love it when you guys bring new tickers to the group. I feel like in some cases we talk about the same tickers all the time. So always looking at new ones, always really a kind of a good thing. SONN, by the way, this continuing to move down 13. I think that's what your call was. Really good stuff there on that. More downside here.
Yeah, let's see. I'll give you a level here. Might get support around 660. And if we don't get it there, I'd be looking at 550.
Yeah, real quick here, DJT, which is also trying to curl. We'll see if it's successful in doing that. 39.5 looks to be the spot it needs to clear to get over. VWAP now at 42.24, DJT.
Okay.
NUE, Nucor, this is actually doing pretty well. We'll see if that gets back to the VWAP here. HUT. It's another Bitcoin name here. This recapturing its VWAP.
Yeah, the dividend for TRMD is quite inconsistent, and it's lower one month, it's higher higher another quarter. Let me find out why that is, but they do pay a dividend. There's just no consistent growth to it.
Okay.
I'm going to just find out what exactly the dividend's based off of, because I think you might be onto something with the way
special.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. ELWS getting mentioned here by WIS. ELWS right back to the VWAP there and kind of stopped there.
Let's see.
Nook might pop, NUKK.
Is that a nuclear name?
It says Nucleus.
No, it's okay.
I feel like I've seen this one before, but I can't place this. Financial technology company. Yeah,
we've traded it, I believe.
Yeah, I think we have.
All right. Let me just do some more research here. It looks like SONN is trying to turn around. Still needs to recapture VWAP.
Hood actually doing a decent job here. Hood reclaiming its VWAP.
Gary mentioning HIMS, that says that's rocking.
HIM's actually on the relative volume scanner as well. Indeed, this is rocking. This is actually approaching a level that we have as well. Gary, really good call. Look at the trend line that we're coming up to. I think we drew this trend line in happy hour together, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Morning, Walter.
Morning, Walter. Good morning.
And Robert, bringing Ion Q, DFEN, and Affirm.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff on the list here today, boy. Just going to run through those tickers just generally here. Okay, IONQ was one of them. This went right back to the VWAP and kind of stopped there.
Yeah, DAT's down almost to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute.
Here is your DAT. That's continuing to roll over here. Yikes. Foxo, this looking like that's trying to take out its intraday high. That's just that penny stock. How are we doing in some of these other names here real quick? Let's take a look. I'm going to just roll through big tech real quick. Apple holding in here. Meta, this was not participating in the pre-market here. This is actually still a little bit lower on Meta. Let's check Nvidia as well. Nvidia doing a good job holding higher from the pre-market move. And then actually, if we go back to the chart tool here, take a look at the Nvidia chart that we had drawn and see where we're at. Looks like we are teasing that breakout here. Okay. The value names are doing the best. Hello, Jay. Good to see you again. Good to see you, Gary, as well. GS up 60. Don't see that every day. No, you don't. Bank's really kind of liking this here today. No, you don't. You trading any of that? Any of those banks there, Jay? I'd be curious to know. Here's Intel, ticker INTC. This up near the highs as well. Maybe there's a thought that they'll get some benefit from the new presidency.
So I'm not going to go any further with the TRMD, but I just was trying to see if I could find out how what their dividends are based off of. But I've spent too much time on this. I can tell you, though, it appears that Morningstar believes this is pretty undervalued. They think that this is worth at least $37.56.
Okay. First of all,
uh-oh. Is that me or is that Ryan? You guys tell me.
I think that. What's up there, Teen?
Hey.
I think that one's Ryan.
Oh yeah, because if I can hear you, that means it's not me.
Yeah. Oh no.
All right. Oh, no problem. Then I'll just keep on going here until he gets back.
Yeah, no problem. I'll shoot him a message. I'll tell him to refresh and that he froze out.
No problem.
All right.
So sounds good. Looking at TMQ right now, this one's trying to turn around and recapture VWAP. See if that can. If it does recapture VWAP, then we might be able to get that 140 that we were talking about earlier. AREB, this one also looks like it's trying to turn around and go higher. Also needs to recapture VWAP. See what we get with that one. And here I am zoomed in. That's wonderful.
Do you have you got charts?
Yeah, you know what? Let me pull that up for you second here. Just give me one tick.
Sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
Just some classic technical difficulties.
Absolutely. All right. And how about that?
Boom.
All right. Now let's pull up a stock. Here's TMRMD. Let me turn on the exponential ones that we like to use. There we are. This is a daily chart. So got right up to that, almost to that level there, which I have at 131. So that could be a potential breakout spot. Let's go to a 5-minute chart, though. All right. Well, this one actually is really starting to turn. Oh, I don't have VWAP turned on. There we are. So VWAP is providing the resistance at the moment. Need to recapture that. Looks like once we're trading over VWAP, we're going to have a better shot at 140 and that 145 area you were mentioning. Let's see. Root in the red. Buy it, says Jay Rice. WIS watching SGBX. Daniel Torres asking about AT&T. Let's see what we got here. Close that. AT&T, that one looks like it's having a good morning. And as we were just mentioning, as Ryan was mentioning just before we lost him, value stocks were doing better. So here is a value stock, and it is doing pretty good. Let's take a look at the daily chart and see what we got here. Looks like it's coming off of some weakness. I don't. What are you looking? What are you wanting to know about AT&T? If it's just a question of why it's moving up, it's likely because value stocks are moving up. We also have potential rate cuts on the table later this week when the FOMC meeting occurs. I believe it's on Thursday, as the first day I think started today, and it looks like the expectation is going to be a 25 basis point cut to the current Fed funds rate. So that means that companies will be able to have better margins because their borrowing costs are going to go down. Ryan taking a nap. Well, it's not him that was taking a nap. It was his internet.
Yeah, I got some word that Ryan's internet went down. Potentially could have been the workers. He's working on resetting his modem. The workers outside could have done something, but hopefully they didn't. So hopefully Ryan's back soon.
Oh, they must have cut the red wire. All right, folks. Well, until he gets back, let's just keep it going. NINE up with some nice volume. I'll take a look at that one. And here we are. 14%. It's up today. Here's the daily chart. We have that 65 EMA on the daily. That's at what is this? It's at 120. So right about there, which is interestingly a bit of a level here too. You put a horizontal line there. Let's do that real fast. You can see how this has been a support and resistance level. Here it is providing support, lost it, resistance, support. And now here we are coming up to test it again as resistance. So the 65 EMA, the 120 level, that is a spot that looks pretty good for profit taking. What else? Amazon is moving now. Take a look at that one. Oh, and this is where Jeff Bezos was selling. He also sold. Actually, he sold when it got there, and he sold yesterday as well when it got there. We know that because when we look at our insiders tab, we can see that Bezos on the 5th, on election day, sold 213 million worth of shares, which was a drop in the bucket for him. So that's how we know that. And he sold a whole bunch. Gosh, where was that? That was a grant. I think he sold something like 3 billion last week. I don't see that read though. Anyway, what else do you folks have? Over the Bezos, well, yeah, just barely. Short interest 18% for CAR, says Jay Rice. This one that's Avis Budget Group, right? Yes, it is. All right, let's take a look at the chart here. And you're talking about short interest. So we have 23.75% of the float shorted with 5.25 days to cover. That makes it a squeeze candidate. And here's our daily chart showing some of that movement. Looks like we have some these EMAs crossing each other. That's a good sign. Here's a 200 EMA. Let's go to a 5-minute chart and see what kind of price action we're getting here today. It's got that 9 EMA crossing VWAP. We're at the highs for the week, it looks like, as this is Friday here. So what are we thinking here? What was the thought here with this one, that this squeezes past these the Friday highs? It's thin. Oh, okay. So pretty small float for a company of this size. So that could be a good one for a short squeeze. Absolutely. Copper, gold, silver, all down. Yes, because I think the connection there is that we're not going to have. Well, the expectation, I guess I should say, is that we're not going to have this rampant spending that we were getting with this current administration. With the borrowing $100 billion or $1 trillion every 100 days or something like that to service the national debt. That's going to, of course, to hedge against inflation, gold, silver, metals. So, of course, that's why that was going up during the time. But now that we have Trump coming in office, the expectation is that he's going to try and reverse that. So we'll see if that's what we end up getting. Losing internet during a trading session is the absolute worst. Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. You tend to jump on your phone pretty quick, open up that app, and make sure you have some of your orders set, or maybe even close positions, so you're not getting hurt. It is the worst. I agree, and I've had that happen too. When it was extremely stormy out here, tends to mess with the power line. So, kind of solve that problem by getting battery backups. They are a good investment if you do not like to lose power. What are we looking at now, folks? It seems. Did I sell my SMG? I did not have any SMG. I missed the boat on picking that up. And the last time I had SMG, it was a while ago. It was been over a year. So I don't. I unfortunately didn't mention or make that buy. Why would anyone believe that he is going to work on the debt when he was the last Republican president? When was the last Republican president who did that? Worked on the debt? Nothing. No one comes to mind. I mean, I think we could probably go back maybe to Eisenhower, but I don't think that's correct either. But no, it's a good point. I don't think the debt's going to ever get paid off. It's just going to have to be managed better. But that's the thought, is that there's going to be spending cuts, Brandon. At least that's what the hope is. No. Tom Huff, he's saying a Republican president. Bill Clinton was not a Republican, but he did work on the debt substantially. Actually, he ended his term with a surplus, if I'm not mistaken. Booking profits on Visa calls. Well done, Line Atlas. Smoke mentioning ELWS. EWS. Let's see what we got here with this one. All right. And what does this company do? Blockchain-based company. Well, there you go. Moving with Bitcoin then. Anything blockchain is going to have Bitcoin-like movement today. So we could also see that sell off pretty easily as well. Now, if we're talking in terms of a trade here, I like the way this looks. We're recaptured VWAP. We have some of these EMAs coming up to crossover VWAP. We can look at some of these levels for profit taking. You could start with the 568 area, either one of these levels here, these highs, 585, 615. Any one of those would be fine. Volume needs to be better, though. I don't like how slow this is moving, but depending on where you entered, if you entered beneath VWAP, I mean, you're already doing great. So just kind of pick your levels where you want to exit this, and congratulations. Now we're starting to move. 537, looking good. Nuclear trade is up, but not convincingly. No problem, Tom. I was just reading what Brandon was saying. I think Trump this time around is going to surround himself with outsiders like Elon. He got hoodwinked last time by DC Swamp. Okay. I agree that he did surround himself with some of the more establishment folks in DC. I agree with that. But we'll see what happens with this with this presidency. NUKK setting up. SMCI, yikes. take a quick look at SMCI real fast, and then we'll look at NUKK. Still going down. Is that what's happening here? I mean, we did have a nice drop out of the open. JP Morgan dropping it to underweight, cutting its price target to $23. Well, that's where we were kind of at in the open here, or close to the open. So price target hit, down we go. How far down? Not sure. There's Zunaid. How's it going? You coming here to rescue me, buddy?
Good morning. Yes, sir. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, always enjoy any airtime I can get. What's up, man? What
Oh, no problem. Just cycling through what the chat's looking at. I'm not trading a whole lot these days. Not these days, but just today.
Yeah.
More along the lines of just taking a profit on these things. There's just so much going on right now that I just don't have time to, take a look at a trade and be like, what's that?
You mean like in life or in the markets?
Oh, just in the markets.
Oh,
no,
I got you.
Life is, you just have to kind of get your board and ride that wave, man. But but as far as the market today, off the election results, it's just there's so many things to look at right now and go over. I'm just going to be taking profits in names that I've already had a good run in.
I got you. Well, look, are you going over a trade right now?
No, I'm just looking at some stuff. What do you got?
Let me go ahead and share my screen. So chat, let me go ahead and actually go full screen on this puppy. So chat, you guys remember that yesterday I talked about how put on a trade for Tesla, right? Ticker TSLA, and I said, hey, if former President Donald Trump, now President-elect Donald Trump, loses the election, will Tesla stock go down because of it? We put on a put spread on it. Of course, with the way that the election has gone, it is now the opposite. So I like my theory that the impact of the election will have, the result of the election will have an impact on the stock itself. And that seems to be true. Unfortunately, I was on the other side. However, if you go ahead and take a look at Tesla, you have a clear resistance at 290s. You saw that in the pre-market. Obviously, as soon as it tested it at the open at 9:30-ish, is a 15-minute candle. You got resistance there and a smackdown there. So if you want to go long Tesla, I think you've got to wait and set an alert above 290 and see if you get a chance to go much higher than that. I think long term, this could be beneficial. But remember, we talked about how no matter what happens with the election, Tesla was going to be in good standing. Like the fundamentals of it weren't going to necessarily change, maybe, 24 months out, whatever, but it's that knee-jerk reaction that we wanted to trade on it. So that's a level there. If you take a look at DJT, you're having the opposite reaction where, it's coming down, and maybe that's because people are thinking, hey, is he going to have to sell his stock? What's going to happen? Transfer his assets, whatever the case may be. So those are the couple of tickers that I'm keeping an eye out now to see what trading possibilities we get. And for me, if we crack 36, might take a chance to go short on it. If we go ahead and break 41 to the upside, I'd look to go long on DJT is what I've got at the moment. But I could take a look at a couple other tickers if you'd like as well. I saw Hood was doing pretty good, and I think is that because of like how many people use their contracts platform for the election? Is that what it was?
What was the question?
On Hood, I feel like the reason that it's up so much is because of how many individuals used their election contracts platform, which I think is the future, right? We've been saying, or at least I've been once believing of the future in the prediction markets and things like that. And for Hood to kind of implement that, I think is pretty cool.
I think Hood and a whole bunch of banks and basically financials in general are up on Trump winning the election. I think it may be it's going to be a policy thing. I think that's why they're up.
Okay. I think they had, let me go ahead and check a couple of other things here. Let's go take a look at the SPY.
DJT, by the way, it is trying to find a base here. So as long as we can hold this 3650 area, I think we have a good shot of turning around. We did go as low as 3573, but it got bought right back up. So just waiting to see if we can form a base here. We're going to know that we have a solid base if we can recapture and hold 3850.
And let me go ahead and take a look at that area. You said 3450 is what you have?
3850 is the level that I think we need to see the price recapture and hold before moving up above VWAP. Right now, it is currently trying to get support from 3650, and we need to see that hold, because that's where we're kind of forming this base. We've been doing that for the past, it's about half hour, a little bit more than a half hour now. Yeah. So if we can hold this base here, then that's going to give us a little bit of a foundation to turn this price around and trade back up towards VWAP. So we just need to see this hold right now.
And then on terms of the SPY, so this is the daily on the SPY, and you can see that this is a level that I had, or this is a zone, I guess you can call it, that I'd kind of drawn out from October 11th, and then all the way till I think the 30th is when I drew it, where you had this kind of consolidation of price action back and forth. And then when we finally gapped up with the election results, you do have a test of that same exact area where this, you had resistance around this, call it 586.28 area. And then we came back and tested it when the market opened, and now we've bounced from that level as well. So to me, that's kind of a good support area. If I were to go long, I think you want to have a little bit of or a better risk reward compared to the 588.50s that you currently have. But if we do break below 585.45, I think maybe we can possibly see just a gap fill. But again, with the momentum that the markets are showing, based on the results, I don't know if we would actually fill that gap today. And you do have resistance here at the 590.71 area. So if you're looking to kind of add to your long, something I'm trying to get used to, and it's going to be a while since I really pay attention to it, it's kind of like stacking on and adding shares as you kind of go up, and just kind of, I don't know if it's called pyramid trading or whatever it is. I need to kind of learn more about that, but that's an area to keep in mind here as well, as the 590.71, which seems to be resistance at the moment, not just in pre-market, but we haven't even tested that level since the market opened here about an hour ago. Let's see.
Yeah, I think that that area you identified there with that consolidation, that's going to be a pretty strong demand zone for a time. So if we start trading down into there, I agree. I think that you'll probably end up getting some support within that demand zone for a time. There'd have to be something that's substantial that's going to cause the market to sell off for it to go lower,
Yeah, let me also go ahead and see if there are any. Let's go and check out the NQs here. Oops, excuse me. See what we got. I'll take a look at Palantir as well, because I know it cracked 50 yesterday. Now look at that, by the way. Is this all-time highs here that we're looking to test on the Qs at 503.62? So you can see how you have resistance. If you can look back left, earlier this year in July, we're looking to break that level. Like, obviously the market has momentum based on the results that we've seen from the election, but if you wanted to take, I don't know, like, if you wanted to go short, this isn't a bad spot. It's not the best spot just because of the momentum that we're seeing. I mean, we're up, what, 10, 11 points in the Qs. So, strong market at the moment, but it's not a bad spot if you wanted to go short at 503. Stop loss for me would definitely be, call it 504.25. So you're risking about $1.25 in case this wants to come back and at least test VWAP, which in that case, you would have your one-to-one risk reward met. But that's something that I'm kind of taking a look at here as well. Let's see. If there's any other tickers in the chat that you guys want me to take a look at, or 13 to give you insights on, please let us know.
Yeah, just kind of looking around here. Seeing that some folks are trying TMQ for a reversal.
TMQ.
So
metals.
Currently have VWAP at just under 107. So that's the spot. I think they're looking for.
Okay, silly question. Reversal to the upside or reversal to the downside? Like, what do we think?
To the upside. I mean, I think if they went, because I think they're getting into TMQ, so they're going long here. I think I don't know what their plan is for how where they're going to exit, but first thing we need to get out of this stock is a recapture of VWAP.
So and so here's the way I would actually put this trade on, because you have not just the whole number of $1, but you also have VWAP. So like for me, just strictly looking at this, I would actually look to go here. If we're here, right, you want to give it a proper entry. See where the risk reward is. Oh man, I like this spot to go short. And my stop loss would be right above this 15-minute candle, which is, what is this? Call it about 116 or so is where I would have it. Yeah. I'd look to go short here just because we are below VWAP. We are below a hold number of $1. And so that's the way I would go ahead and see this one and how to play it as well.
The interesting thing about this is that well, I think this is after hours, but the after hours, there was a high put in of 93 cents. Now, when we came back in just about 15 minutes ago, it tested that high as support, and we started to turn around there. So until we break down from 93 cents, I think there's still a good chance this could at least trade up back up to VWAP before going lower. But that would be the level for me, is 93 cents.
I'm going to set an alert either way to see which way this ends up going, just so I know if I would have been right or wrong. Let me go ahead and set those alerts. Cool. All right. Let's take a look at ARBB.
That one's negative.
Yeah. And of course, it didn't reject exactly at $1. It got all the way up to about $1.09 before rejecting. But you can see even in pre-market, it was having a tough time getting above that whole number of $1. It tried in the session here and rejected now by 10 cents. So we'll see how that one goes. SGBX.
I would say for ARBB that this is going to need to hold VWAP, or else we are going to go lower.
Yeah, you've got about a second for this 15-minute candle. So it looks like it did not hold on the 15-minute. Let's see. That one, yeah.
Oh, DJT really falling out of bed here.
Did it break the? Yep, it's looking to. Let's go back to the 4 hours on this. Let's go back here.
Still trying to find buyers. That might happen closer to 34.30 if it doesn't happen about here where we're at now.
What was the other stock? SGBX. All right.
Asking if there's a chance that it goes over 2.
Let's take a look.
Let's see. So what's interesting is that back on May 1st, we hit a low of 201. So that's going to be the first spot that I see where it's going to provide resistance if it tries to get up to that area. I could see a breakout of where it's at right now, because we're at the highs from of October. So if we break over that, I'd say there's a possibility that we could run to 2. But I think that's going to be where we get rejected. I don't know what's going to happen after 2. I'd say there's a chance. Sure. But it needs to, we're starting to really move right now with that break over the October highs.
Yep. And you've also got, you're breaking above the pre-market highs here as well. So if we go to the 5-minute, it's really starting to move in that area. Let's see if there are any other levels. Nah, nothing there. All right, let's see. What else do we have? What was the other ticker we were looking at? ARBB, was that what that was?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Well, thanks, Wisdom.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can't have a name like Wisdom and not drop nice things,
Right. All right, what's SPY doing now? Looks like it's trying to get back up to the open and turn green. DJT still going down. Looks like we're almost at that spot where we might get support, 34.30. TMQ might be done for the morning, says Smoked Tuna. Wiss saying ELWS setup.
Let's go ahead and take a look at a SPY. Oh, where's the QQQs? See, now we're I think we briefly had all-time highs, briefly.
ELWS, I see the setup here. This is trying to break out into new, what is this? New highs since April.
Yeah. So you've got August, you've got April back here. Lots of, let's see. So you've got bang, 1, 2, 3. And let me go back to Tesla and see what's there.
NEXT next is moving with Trump wins to smoke tuna. EXT. Next decade. This is gapping up today. A smaller time frame here.
Yeah, you want to put your charts up?
Go ahead. Yeah. So we've got some movement in the morning here, early morning, or actually that was after hours. Hasn't been able to recapture some of that movement. So I guess 680 possibly. The intraday highs are at 684. I don't know. I mean, we got this volume spike just now, but I don't know what this out of the blue reason was for. I don't know that this volume is going to continue either. It looks like it traded very, very thinly in the free market and for most of the regular session. I don't know with this one, to be honest. It doesn't have the volume that I would need in order to give any idea of where this is headed. Very, very slow moving.
Yeah, we need some nice movers. So let's see, the markets are up about 2%. Taking a look at other stocks that might be having some relative strength, and you also have Nvidia that has up about 3%. Let's go take a look at Nvidia here. Did Nvidia make? All right, so yes, but you got a gap. Okay, I'm just taking a look at where their new all-time highs is. About 144.42, give or take. I think it's exactly 144.63. So let's go ahead and move that.
Lunar may be going. I don't see the volume in Lunar, but I see the setup. Just need to see that volume expand so it can take us over that high that it made of 833 this morning. But it is set up to do that. We just need to make sure we don't fall through the consolidation that we got in the pre-market. VSAT may be in place, says stay focused.
You said you decided and put yours back up.
Off this bounce here, is that what we're looking at? Stay focused. Just a reversal off of this low of about 1025. I mean, it looks like this is probably going to still go lower before it goes higher. VWAP's up here. I'd need to see this recapture view up, but I think this might end up going lower first. Oh, bear cave. Short report. Let's see. Come on, news. Come on, news. Why am I not getting anything? Can you bring up any? There we go. Bear Cave newsletter issues report titled "Problems at Viasat."
What is that? VSAI?
VSAT. Starlink will crush this company. And then you also have ASTS. That is also a competitor with Starlink. We've been trading that one too. But so this one doesn't seem like that. I would expect a bigger move than this off a short report. I guess we'd have to read it. I'm not going to read that now, but let's just go back to the chart. And yeah, so there we go. That's definitely going lower. I think we need to go to a daily because that's going to give us some better levels. Okay, so this was trying to recover. Short report came out, said not today. Probably going to go under 10 today. That's the very least I got.
Yeah. What was it? VS what?
VSAT. Viasat.
All right, let's go take a look at the 4 hour.
And another big turner around is DJT. That one found support down at the area we were talking about. This one's pushing up, pushing back.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go. So it doesn't want to go green to red. So you are getting a bit of a support, a bit of a bounce from the 33.94, call it $34 area.
Looks like DJT is trying to get back in above 36.45.
Did this come back to VWAP? So this is a trade that we had talked about on the Qs, where you play it short near all-time highs, risk about $1, and you try to get $1 out of it. I think we were at about 503-ish when I mentioned it. So you're about 60 cents of the money if you took that trade. I would keep it till about 502.10 is where my take profits would be. So we're about 20 cents, 15 cents, 7 cents away from it.
Lots of random green names. Oh, I forgot I was doing that. EFS.
What'd you forget?
Oh, no, nothing. EFSH, penny acquisition.
That's how you know it's something, huh? No, go ahead.
There's more important things to be covered, not my personal life. Gosh.
Hey, look, you know what I'm saying? I like to mix it up a little bit. It's a mixed day for America today.
It's definitely a mixed bag for America today. So breaking out above. Okay, so what is the news? You said there was acquisition news on this. Definitive agreement to work cabinet door. Okay, so it's this is the company that's picking it up and it's moving up of that. So 18.75 million. They're acquiring a cabinet door and millwork manufacturer. Don't have any read on their financials, unfortunately. Very low float, so that is a very good reason why this is moving the way it is. There's this thing is getting trade, over 10 times the float already today. That's fantastic.
You guys spoke to asking me questions. I'll answer it in a second. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. My bad.
No worries. It's beer 30 for wisdom. Enjoy that. No problem, Gary. This is they also did a 1 for 15 reverse split. So this is one of those that we've talked about where it regains compliance. Probably will do a cash raise if they need it. They're acquiring a company now. I mean, maybe these small cap names they really come back. They did pretty well under Trump. We'll see what happens with them in this administration.
Yeah.
Let's
Tuna. To answer. I mean, look here. I won't say my personal stance because I'm on a company stream. But what I will say is that I hope we can be united as we move forward. Obviously, President-elect Trump has a lot of legal battles in a couple of states, from my understanding, right? Sentencings and things like that coming up in the month of November. And I hope that, I don't want to say we can move past it, but I hope we don't spend the next 4 years trying to battle these cases. You know what I mean? I hope if it's something that, hey, we can live on, fine them, let's move on, let's let the man govern the country to move forwards in a positive direction overall in terms of, healthcare for women and the economy, inflation, overseas conflict, things like that. So I'd much rather him have his attention on governing the country than the legal battles. But again, my opinion only, not Benzinga's or anything like that. With
the Senate win and the presidency win, it looks like we are going to be getting some Supreme Court justices replaced.
Well, so that's the thing, though. They have to retire or be, unfortunately not
impeached,
alive. Or
that too. That's another end of service event. But
I don't know what the odds are. I mean, I know the House was 50-50. I don't know if it's.
Oh no, the House doesn't. The representative doesn't matter. They only need the Senate in order to confirm justices. So
really? So the House doesn't come into play at that at all.
It's just the Senate. So with that captured, it's looking like Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito might retire, and we'll get some younger conservative justices in there. That's what I've been reading and hearing. So we'll see if that ends up happening. It seems likely, though.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Okay, so here it is. Look, on the cues. Let me go and put my chart back up. You got that. So I don't know if you guys stick the trade or not, but hopefully if you did, you guys can go ahead and lock some gains. And the main reason is just, I mean, look at how much the market is up. Look at the gap up here, right? This is a gap up of all the way up to what is about 1% and a quarter, give or take. And then you were all the way up here a little bit more as well. So it's, it seemed like a good risk reward to take. And if you did take it, congrats. I would go ahead and lock in some gains. But obviously the momentum is going to go ahead and be strong. Now the question is going to be, is this kind of like a knee-jerk reaction where now we know what's coming, but then certain stocks are going to continue, but the market may not? I'm not quite sure. But one really good trade that we just got here was getting DJT on the reversal. Didn't get down to 34.30, but it did get down to 34.51, and that was the low that we put in before it turned around and is trying to recapture that 36.45 level. What was the ticker on that? I'm sorry. Was it still
this is DJT. Looks like it's trying to make its way back up to VWAP, which I currently have at 38.55.
Okay, so for this one, right, it went ahead and held. Okay, here. Okay. Here's the trade that I would go ahead and put on right now. My stop loss would be here. I don't know if you guys heard that truck honk. If you did, sorry. And I realized that this is a short.
I heard that though.
Did you? Okay, yeah.
I probably would not have said anything if you hadn't said anything.
I just didn't want people to think that I made that noise out of my body. I didn't. It was a truck outside, which, by the way, loud truck. I'm at a friend's place, and she lives outside like a highway, and so that's why you can hear it.
If you can make sounds like that with your body, we need to do a recording session because you could put together a hell of a soundboard.
Who needs Stream Deck or Stream?
Yeah, right.
Like that.
We got Z Deck.
There you go. Okay, are you still hearing it? This truck is just messing with me now.
I heard it now. You've made me listen.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah. Okay, anyway, the trade that I would put on is DJT, and the entry you saw it as I was putting things together. The reason is because look, you've got, it's not exactly the most beautiful hammer candle, but you have volume that increased, right? So this is a 15-minute chart that you're looking at on ticker DJT. You see the volume increasing from the previous two 15-minute candles. You saw how it tried to go tried to go red. It couldn't. It found support. It bounced up. So that's why for me, my stop loss is right underneath that 15-minute candle, and I'm doing a 1-to-1 risk reward trade. And then of course, if you go and try to take 2-to-1, I think it's right near VWAP is where you would be. Right, it's right at VWAP. So like I would go ahead and take gains at 1-to-1, then probably take out another 25% at 1.5. and then see how you want to go ahead and ride it. But I don't know if this is going to make not all time. I don't know if it's going to break the high of day. However, I would be confident in taking this for a 1-to-1 trade.
Oh, if this went to the high of day, that'd be an amazing trade. But yeah, I agree. I don't think it's not going to get up to the high of day here, or probably for the entire day. I think VWAP is the best bet that we got at the moment.
Here's Palantir, by the way. I wanted to take a look at this one. Excuse me.
Getting a mention here from Smoke Tuna about SONN and SGBX. SONN, we were trading or looking at trading this morning. Never touched it because it was set up to leak out of the gate, and leak it did. Hold on a second, I got to get the correct chart up here.
No worries.
But now it seems to have formed a bit of a base here, trying to come back up and recapture VWAP. To me, $9 has been a bit of a wall all morning since it fell beneath that handle, and it's been trying to recapture it. 2 rejections there so far, with the potential third coming. It needs to recapture $9 where this is going lower.
Take a look at coin. Oh wow, coin. So yeah, another way to play crypto was obviously coin with the election. Like these are the tickers that we had mentioned where if you believe that, former President Trump was going to win, these are the stocks you need to look at. If you thought Madam Vice President was going to win, these are the stocks you need to look at. And you have Coinbase, you have Tesla, you have DJT, all those are headed to the upside. This is a positive thing, obviously, for crypto. I think crypto made all-time highs last night as well.
Yes, it did. It did.
So,
well over, not well over, but it blasts off over 75K. Came back in.
Down? Let's see.
It did come back in. Yep, has not been back up to that 75K since then. Pretty close, but hasn't been back up there. That's going to be the level to get over, and it's a very big headline level as well.
Yeah, let me go all the way back here.
You'd have to go to a smaller time frame.
Well, you said daily. Is daily okay? When did it make the previous all-time, or I guess the
go to a 5-minute chart. You can see it very clearly there.
Oh, sorry. No, I meant before yesterday. My bad.
Oh, it never went up the 75K prior.
Yeah,
it broke out into new all-time highs last night.
Yeah, I was trying to find this level here, like the 73,950-ish. You know what I mean? Just
okay, gotcha. The one that we put in October.
That's what it seems. Yeah, it seems like March, and we tried it a bunch of times, and it looks like we also tried it here in October. I am on a weekly, yes. Yeah, it looks like the one actually, this is according to, US dollar on Coinbase's chart. It looks like we didn't quite make all-time highs because on March 11th, it was higher. But point being, I'm just trying to see what levels to kind of hang out around.
It's just not going to, you're not going to get pre-market levels on those larger time frames.
Yeah.
So that's,
let's see. Here's what's coming up, by the way, folks. In about 10 minutes, you're going to have Ben, Rhett, and Godfather, the story trading team, to come on and give you other insights and different angles on stocks and tickers. I'm sure they had put on some swing trades based on where they, had things going. So they'll talk about that and also future trade ideas as well. So keep an eye on that. That'll be coming up in 10 minutes. And then after that, I'll be coming on with Kevin for Futures Fever to go over some trade action that, he may have taken throughout the night and also this morning, and also other trade ideas and levels to keep an eye on as well. So we've got about another hour and 9 minutes of trading action for you. We appreciate you for hanging out with us.
Hey, Grouch Wall Street, my man, make sure you pay yourself at some point. It's not going to stay up here forever. You know when it's time to take the profit, but Palantir, that's going to be a good short one day. Massive short one day. Can't tell you exactly when. So it looks like SPY really came in at the open, popped back up, tried to get into the 589 handle, couldn't do it. Lost VWAP, came back in. Now we're coming down to test the previous all-time high at 586.12. What kind of
name is Godfather? I mean, look, with the experience and with profitable trading strategies that he has, I think it's cool. I like it. You can ask him that. Maybe you can ask him his real name. Maybe he'll share. I don't know.
Well, you make sure you tell them that. So we're not going to deliver that message.
Yeah. And by the way, we are also going to have all access as well. So let me take care. I'm going to turn the charts over to you real quick while I communicate with our guests. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
I got the SPY up here, and as you can see, we're kind of leaking down to this 586.12, which was the previous all-time high. We'll see if we get that. I'm also looking at ARBB. That one looks like it's trying to get above the intraday high here. As you can see, that one right there at about 109, trying to push up above that right now. Might get that. Anybody trading this one? Looks like if we do punch through that, it's going to go to 115 at the least. Let's see what we get there if we can punch through that. God, good call on BSAT. What did I say on BSAT? That was a good call. Was it stay away? I think so. Yeah. or maybe not stay away, but I may have said something about particular levels. I don't remember what it was I said, but if it worked out for you, stay focused. I'm glad, because that does not look great right there. VWAP short, trying to build a ladder to God in the indices. I might want to go long on some timber stocks then, because that's a long ladder. What else, folks? Oh yeah, man, look at VSAT now. Probably going down to 10. Hey Z, welcome
What
back.
up? Yeah, let me go down VSAT. Da, 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 da.
Jonathan saying I'm sorry, CIFR Cipher looking to go higher. Also, Stay Focused was mentioning that Uber might be breaking. I'll look at both of those. There's Cipher Mining. What was the comment again? Looking to go higher. Yeah, looks like that's setting up to do exactly that. And here we are, starting to push a little bit higher. So that's new highs of the day. Let's take a look at Uber. Okay, so not being able to recapture the 500 here, that 500 SMA, that's not great. And that's also in part because this supply area kind of rejected the buyers. So let's see here. For Uber, what was the thought here on this one? Stay focused. You had said something about it may be breaking. Now, are we looking, for a break beneath 71? How low are we going to go? Like down to underneath 70? Is that what we're looking at? Underneath 70? Jonathan Cooper mentioning LIFW. This is a, oops. Right? Yes. A delisting play. Don't get much there. So it's getting delisted, and hey, let's just rip it, right? Let's just make this a trade vehicle. Look at this thing. I don't know that I would want to touch this, folks.
I'll push your charts up here.
I don't like the low price. I don't like the high RSI. I don't like the fact that it's getting delisted. It's up to you if you want to trade it. I don't like it. DFEN doing well. DFEN. It looks like it's cooling off a little bit. Aerospace and defense. Those have all been on quite a run. The aerospace and defense names like LMT. Well, LMT actually pulled in already. RTX, Northrop Grumman. Boeing has already been hammered, so that's kind of an outlier. But the defense names are coming back in because they've had a pretty good run. And also, I think there's a little bit of a thought that we might see not less defense spending, but less support going out to some countries that are amidst a war or amidst conflicts. So those drawdowns will not be costing us anymore. TMQ line atlas will benefit from Trump deregulation.
Ooh. Yeah, so I just wanted to put TMQ. So this is the one that we had said the short trade, right? And the reason was because it was below $1. Also VWAP there. Let me go ahead and so we didn't. So this is a 1-to-1 trade. I'll put the VWAP on just so you guys can see where we were when we took this. I thought we took it closer to here, but anyway, didn't quite. So our trade, our take profits are around 79 cents, call it, and it hit a low of 82 cents, give or take. So a couple of cents away from taking gains. Now, if it does go back and hit our stop loss, that is the way of trading. But if you guys did take this trade, hopefully you made some money on it. Same kind of idea on the short on Qs. That one was profitable here as well. And the one that may not be profitable at the moment is the long on DJT. Still hanging in the balance. It's right about where our entry was. And so we'll see how that plays out.
With TMQ, we had this demand zone that was built in the pre-market, and when the price came down there, that demand zone appears to have kicked in, because right in about the middle of it is where the price bottomed out before we started curling up here. So could be a turning around in TMQ for maybe at least a VWAP retest, but I don't know how much higher it's going to go after that, and it might even reverse and just go back down. But that's at least where we're getting some of this reversal from, is that the price traded down into this demand zone and buyers stepped in. It is a little bit of a slow grind, isn't it, Robert? TMQ has a great copper deposit. Well, that's good. That's cool, and that could be good going forward with them in the future. But where are they at operationally with being able to extract it from the earth, and how much is that going to cost them? Because if they're not already mining and producing income from that copper already, then that's going to be a pricey endeavor to get that started. So having a great deposit is one thing. Being able to extract it out is another. Any stocks ripping right now? Well, not that I'm seeing to the upside. Let's just take a look here. No, things are seemingly running out of steam. You see anything there, Zaid?
Nope, that's kind of pretty much about it. Let me go ahead and let me get your final thoughts, because we're about to bring up Ben, Rhett, and Godfather. So let me get your final thoughts. I'll give mine, and we'll hop on out of here.
Well, folks, this has created quite a liquidity event, so it wouldn't surprise me if sellers stepped in and tried to take advantage of that and pulled some profit off the table. So bear in mind that we might see continued weakness throughout the day, but we do have a lot of volatility, a lot of volume in the market. So there are plenty of trading opportunities. Just don't give any back that you made today, and things will be great. And I'll see you folks tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of the day, guys.
All right, appreciate it, 13. I will see you later, pal. All right, chat. We're going to go ahead and bring on Ben, Rhett, and Godfather. Then, so here's what the showdown's going to be looking like. So you've got story trading coming on for 30 minutes. Then we've got a all access for you as well. It's pre-recorded. You'll get a chance to check that out. And then myself and Kevin will be on to talk some futures trading. So don't go anywhere. Let me go ahead and bring on my man, Ben. Ben, what's going on, man?
Good morning. Wow, we are having a ton of fun. One of our best days all year. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. I was up till like 2:45 a.m. Last night. Woke up at like 6 or 5:30 or something like that this morning. But we have a lot to talk about. We had a crazy epic show for a pre-market show. We started early and we ran for like an hour, and the picks we had were just great, crazy. Can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's we mentioned it earlier, where it's like the market obviously is reacting in a bullish manner. America's kind of divided, so it's a whatever angle you want to take from its side of things. Let me go and bring on the rest of the crew. What is going on, fellas? The show is yours. I'll be in the back, and happy trading.
Awesome. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Welcome,
Morning.
Godfather. Welcome, Rhett. What a day.
Morning.
I hope both of you guys killed it on some of our picks this morning. It's been crazy. Let's look. This morning I was obviously very adamant about interpreting this Trump win as a mandate. He won the popular vote, won the Senate. I think is on the way to winning the House, which means there are certain stocks where the gaps will continue. There'll be gap and runs. Certain stocks you can buy the pullbacks because these are real inflection moments. So, on the show this morning, we kind of divided between stocks which you don't want to buy the gap up, which are mirages you want to sell, versus stocks you might want to buy. And we also added a couple stocks which may be sleepers. So the obvious ones that everyone was looking at were DJT, Tesla last night. And DJT, we said this is one of those ones you want to sell at the open. We were in this yesterday in some call options, sold them right at the open because this thing's not worth what it is trading at, right? It's worth like almost zero. So we sold that. That was done. Hopefully everyone listened to us on that. All right. We'll get DJT out of the way. Okay. Tesla. All right. Tesla, obviously, yesterday on our show, we were telling people you might want to buy Tesla calls in case Trump wins. Now, Tesla's a big long-term core position for me. When I was looking at call options yesterday, they were very expensive. So in our Discord, we recommended TSLL. So Tesla, we're also doing some trades on that. We'll dig into that in just a little bit. But there were three huge winners. We spent a lot of time on this, made this a top pick this morning. We predicted a break of 200 today. We said this is the day that enough demand is going to come in and break the Jeff Bezos wall at 200. So a lot of people in our community made tons of money. I know at least one person I think made tens of thousands of dollars on Amazon this morning. I didn't have a huge position, but my call options were up to 200%. Made a few $1,000. Rhett, you made a big percentage gain on Amazon too, right?
Yeah, I ended up returning 360%. So pretty
Awesome.
good day. Yep.
And what's wild is in the Discord we're saying the target's 205. All right. So we hit 205. We basically got all out. We gave an alert to everyone to get all out. And there's a little bit of a Trump angle here that we talked about yesterday on our show, is that Jeff Bezos threw a favor to Trump over the weekend or last week by refusing to let the Washington Post endorse Trump. So that was on our radar since then, that, is Jeff Bezos now going to personally benefit from not allowing that to happen? So it's been on our radar. And when we saw this catalyst, all right, that's going to be enough demand here. And by the way, QQQ SPY were up 1.5 to 2% this morning. Amazon was only up like 0.5%. So this ended up being one of the big winners in our community. Another really uncanny call, DXYZ. And we'll hopefully have a clip later out we'll put on social media about our thesis on DXYZ. Got a very, very strong conviction from the story trading point of view, which is sentiment catalyst, fundamentals and technicals. Really talked about why this could continue going up today. And guess we gave you a price target of 16 to 18 today. This is sick. It was 14. We said DXYZ. It was a top 5 pick today. Price target of 16 to 18. Hit it perfectly. And I'm out of it now. I scalped it a few times. I should have done much larger size because I was very, very convicted on DXYZ. But what an uncannily accurate call. Then we had Geo up 35%, which is a swing going into the election because we thought Trump could win. I sold all of my Geo in pre-market at 1870, but we still had it at top 5 as something that could sustain its gains, where you can buy the dips, and it just blew up. Personally, I didn't have time to trade this one today, but when we're talking about Tesla, DXYZ, Geo, these are stocks where it's warranted in a way, right? From a fundamental or sentiment perspective, where it's not like DJT where it's really not warranted. These three are warranted, and there's opportunities to pick up the dips and trade these depending on your time frame. Wow. I guess I got to talk about HIMS before I pause and turn it over to Godfather and Rhett. But HIMS, we didn't have a chance to talk about it this morning because we were too focused on the Trump win. But I know a lot of people in our community had a huge position in HIMS going into earnings today. It was my top position. Tons of calls, tons of shares. Made a huge killing on HIMS today. This was really just an earnings play with a delayed reaction. Obviously, IWM helps it. Some delayed upgrades from analysts helps it. But we were all over this as an earnings re-rating play. We gave everyone a target of 23.74 to 25.74 was our target range. And we get right in the middle of the target range today. So I sold about 70% of my trading shares, and I still have my full core long-term position as we got right into the middle of our target zone. It's been an incredible day for us. TSSI keeps on running in at 270 and still in it. Diamond hands have not sold any of the core position from 270 to 880. This one's $250,000 of a profit for me so far and have not sold any of my core position. I got to pause there. Who wants to jump in?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Look, the setup for the balance of the year here looks really good. 2/3 of the time we see the market's higher between election and year end, and this makes sense, right? Positioning gets lightened going into an election due to uncertainty, and then we start to see, investor positioning normalize again. People are going to start focusing on earnings again, and the earnings growth is 11% right now, is estimated for 2025, and I think it's about 6 or 7% for 2026. You got rate cutting cycle. The backdrop is solid here for individual stock alpha. So I think the Fed put is still in place. The election uncertainty is now behind us. Yeah, people are going to find something to worry about. It's probably going to center on trade policy and things like that. But what it means is for our core strategy, which is individual stock alpha and playing catalysts on an interim, and daily and swing basis, this is going to be a very fertile ground. So I'm very excited for the next 3 months and into 2025.
Let me ask you something, which I've asked you a few times, and I still a very fertile ground. I deal a lot in small caps, so that means I need IWM to do well. IWM is very rate sensitive. So you tried explaining it to me last night. I don't get it. Why is it? How do you get this opposite reaction with rates exploding, bonds down 3%, rates exploding? Isn't that bad for IWM? I mean, that was the story for the past 3 years, right? Rates are too high, and IWM only started moving down when CPI got light and rates started coming down. Try to explain this to me. I didn't understand it. Go for it.
Yeah, look, you need lower interest rates for stocks to go higher. We know that. But in general, two things are at play here. Number one, earnings matter more to equities than interest rates. And you can have interest rates go up as long as the economy is strong. So, you're threading the needle a bit here. If you get a weak economy, you get fears over inflation or fears that are over inflation that are driven by, profligate spending fears, monetary expansion, debt runway, all the rest of this. And this is the big concern on a red sweep, right? We can already see that Trump has got free rein for tariffs and regulations, but he can materially change tax policy if he wins the House. So, we saw this in the UK with Liz Truss, as I mentioned on the Discord last night. If he extends the tax cuts and the bond vigilantes don't like this, the US government has to issue treasuries to fund their spending. And if they start selling bonds or commanding higher interest rates, this is going to stop the Fed's rate cutting cycle. They're going to have to start playing catch up for inflation fighting concerns. So, all of this will put a governor on stocks at some point. You simply can't have interest rates skyrocketing and expect that equities will go higher. Now, inflation is good for earnings. So you get a little bit, things slow down a little bit in terms of the Fed's rate cutting cycle. That's fine. You just need to focus on earnings to figure out where this is really going to go. The IWM move is not surprising to me. 40% of the earnings in IWM come out of the KRE, which is the regional banks. And, you're seeing a steepening of the yield curve here, right? The long end is going up over concerns about inflation, and the short end is coming down, given what the Fed is doing. So, this is a positive. A steep yield curve is positive for financials. They're funded in short-term rates. And for the most part, they're lending longer term. So there's your net interest margin. Earnings go up. IWM goes up. So there's that. But again, it only becomes an issue if you reach a breaking point on some of these things. Does that make sense?
You know what? I'd have to sit down and study it at some point. But that was great information there from the Godfather. I just got to go back to Tesla for a second. Talk about.
Hold on, we got to go to something else real quick. We got to go to Hood because that's at all-time highs, and it also not all-time highs, but just at its 52-week high.
Oh wow,
and
nice.
Also testing 16%. It's testing a key level coming up here at 29.38. So just want to bring that to our attention real quick.
Oh my gosh, do I still have any of my long-term Hood shares? I don't know. Let me see. No, I sold all my long-term Hood shares. Oh well, that's all right. We're banking everywhere else. Crazy move. We got to talk about Tesla. I know there's a lot of eyes on Tesla. It's curling up here this afternoon. I just want to mention Tesla is in. We had a swing on this with a target of 270 to 299. So we're not actually taking off any on this gap up. I have a core long-term position. I'm not tempted to sell this gap up. I think it's only the beginning in Tesla. This is one of the stocks we talked about this morning where I think you can buy the dips, whether it was intraday or for a swing. I think the story is just getting started here now, particularly now with Elon Musk and the connection with Trump. And I'm sure whatever regulations or whatever it is that he needs will probably be favorable for Elon Musk's companies, especially also DXYZ, which we were talking about earlier as well. So the Tesla, this is really one of the only active trades we're left in today. We took our profits on a lot of things. A lot of things hit our profit zone, our target zone. We're actively trading now Tesla. At least I am in the community, trying to guide people some entries and exits on that. So Tesla, I'm still optimistic about even for the rest of the afternoon. All right. Godfather, you have, I know, a stock I want to bring up because it's related to, I think, that net interest margin we were just talking about. I believe OPFI reports when? Tonight or tomorrow morning?
They report before open on Thursday. So, yeah, tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow. So tell us about your OPFI thesis, OPFI.
Yeah, look, OPFI is essentially a lending club for people with even worse credits. So we know that credit card debt is at all-time highs. Credit card rates are at all-time highs. This is the sort of customer acquisition tool that they use. We will give you a personal line to refinance your credit card line. Their net interest margin is massive because people are refinancing 20% plus credit card debt with personal lines that are calling at 17, 18, 19%. And these guys, of course, their funding costs are in the 5-6%. So they're making loads of money. When these guys reported last quarter, net income went up 50%. The stock went up 50%. They're actually seeing better recoveries in terms of credit. Again, this is a flywheel. It's an app. It's a fintech. Customer acquisition costs are low. There's cross-sale opportunities. They announced a special dividend. They announced that they're buying back 25% of the shares. This is a founder-led business. There's a very small float. They just expanded into small and medium business loans to complement this consumer side of their business. And it's trading at a third of the valuation of Lending Club. Yes, it should trade at a lower valuation. It's a smaller company. It's more risky. There are higher write-offs, as you would expect. And for the most part, these are companies that you want to stay away from. If the U.S. goes into recession, you want to stay away from these. But in this current environment, with what's happening in rates, with what's happening in the yield curve, and with what's happening in terms of the economy and the Fed put, this is their absolutely prime time to print cash, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Let me ask you something. Look, I was not surprised by the Trump win because I was paying very close attention to all the poll data, and it was very, very, to me, very clearly indicating a win. But I was surprised that it wasn't priced in already. I thought it was basically priced in. So you're seeing a lot of crazy, obviously, the bull market telling you it wasn't priced in. When you just mentioned if there's not a recession and everything you just mentioned about the interest rates, are you not concerned about this administration and Elon Musk coming in saying he wants to cut $2 trillion of spending like austerity? Couldn't that cause recession? Couldn't that be like a lot of short-term pain for longer-term gain? Is that not a concern here?
No, it's actually not, and I'll tell you why. If they are able to cut $2 trillion worth of fat out of the existing government, that does a lot in terms of relieving pressure on the government's traditional funding needs through issuance of treasury. So again, this is what will keep the bond vigilantes at bay, and this, if they can do that, it essentially helps them thread this needle that I think he's going to be able to do. I think he's enough market conscious that he'll do what needs to be done. So I see that as a potential, real positive. Maybe not if you're a government worker. Your job might be at risk through some of these fat departments. But I think as an equity investor, you got to look at that as a potential positive.
Okay, look, let's move. There's a question of Root. Root, we were all over this in our community Friday. This was one which, man, I was up huge. You can see this move. And we're all over this from like $60 the night before. It went to 118. But then I gave it all back. Not all of it, but I gave most of it back. Ended up being pretty painful to lose all those huge gains. So someone asked, what do we think about Root? I did take some off the table on the pop this morning. Godfather, do you have any thoughts here in terms of the the Trump win, we already know, like, I think you can quickly tell us what we both agree on in terms of the valuation should be higher, and it was an inflection point ER. But the Trump win, does that impact the thesis at all in a positive or negative way for Root?
No, I don't think it does. I don't think it has sort of any impact here. The thesis here is based on pricing power, and the uniqueness of their model in terms of their ability to contain their losses and balance that with what they're pricing their product at.
So basically, this move this morning from 73 to 82 is just basically markets up, IWM's up. It's highly shorted, short float. Like, that's probably why it went up this morning, you think?
Yeah, I think that's it's probably not more than that. I actually, took some of my HIMS profit and rolled it into Root here on this weakness, because I do expect that this thing it deserves to be at $120 or $130.
I agree with you. We did that math after that earnings report. We're all over it quickly. Quickly went through that transcript to make sure there was no unusual items and was an actual sustainable earnings, and it was. So a little bit.
I'm surprised by the weakness, but again, I think it's just markets are focused on some of the more immediate Trump trades as opposed to Root. So I take this as an opportunity. I'm building a long-term position, rebuilding a long-term position in this name, and we'll take advantage of any additional weakness to add to that.
I see there's a question about SMCI. Look, we avoided this. We bailed on it at like $80 and never looked back. Because of some thought that they were losing business to Dell. And then when they first had some accounting irregularities, was pounding the table telling people, do not get into the stock. And basically the advice is never, ever, ever buy a stock with accounting issues, with filings that are not up to date, with auditors leaving. No matter how cheap it gets, you never buy it. It's a ghost of Enron. Still lives with people, and no one is willing to touch anything. It's not investable. This is not an investable name until they clear up those filings, and we'll see what the company looks like after that. I don't know if you have any differing thoughts on that.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Yep.
And I think what's more important are the takeaways there in terms of what it means for Dell, what it means for TSSI, and what it means for the likes of VRT. So. That's how you should be focused, and that's how you should be trading it.
Yep. And there's a TSSI in at 270, up to 880, still in it, have not sold any other core position. We last gave a overweight trade position alert on October 21st with an 8 to 10 target. So it was $6.30 with an 8 to 10 target with multiple catalysts that we were impending. They happened. Earnings coming next week. So if you want continued guidance on that, make sure to join our community. All right. Anything else either of you want to talk about?
Just on Root, just going back to that, if folks want a deeper dive on that, take a look at my X feed. I talked about why I think the investment community or the analyst community is completely asleep at the switch on this name. If you're familiar with Lemonade, even just to get to their valuation, Root should be $120. It's pretty simple, and there's a lot more torque in the Root model. Not to mention the fact that the float on this thing is less than 10 million, and they're 16% short. So,
am I frozen? Does anyone hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay. You know why I'm also surprised about that? Because when I was just looking at the numbers, and I agree with everything you said. But after I bought into it and I was doing more research, I did not realize the relationship with Carvana. Carvana is a big shareholder. They're getting a lot of business from Carvana. Carvana, everyone has completely exploded and they're growing like crazy. So you would think that there'd be more attention on this stock, more so than that, other stock you just mentioned, because of that Carvana connection. And you would think that there would be like a sentiment premium in Hood because of that Carvana. Did I say Hood? In Root, that Carvana connection. So a little bit surprised at that, and maybe it'll still come. Maybe it'll still come later. Look, this had one of the most amazing moves. I was talking about it that morning. Look, market cap's $1 billion. The stock was up like 160% on that day. And I remember I was on the phone with you, Rhett, when the stock was up 160%. And I'm like, look, we see small little biotechs that are 10, 20, 30, $40 million up 160% in a day. but I don't think I've ever seen a stock with a market cap like above a few hundred million that's up 160% in a day, no matter how good the news is. Like usually there's like a limit of like 50 to 80% in a day. And if the news is really good, it'll go up every day, you know, until it reaches the re-rating value. Here,
I think the key thing here is that the market cap is so small and the float is so small that this name relies on retail. And they're just starting to wrap their mind around. If you look at that partnership channel, it's now a quarter of all of their gross premiums written. It grew by 130%. It's not just Carvana; they just added Goosehead. They're able to write policies. Think about this: you buy a car, you insure your car at the time you buy it. You're more likely to renew with whoever is currently insuring your car, assuming you're happy with the pricing, etc. So they see a lot less customer churn. It's good for customer acquisition costs. It's good for retention. It's good for renewal premiums. All of this. So look, this thing is going to grind higher. There's just no two ways about it. The fundamentals will win the day. This is an absolute opportunity.
Awesome. Cool. I may have to go check my allocations, make sure I have enough of it. I have a nice amount of cash now with some profits we've taken earlier. Rhett, you got anything on your mind?
Nothing. I was just looking at the charts for coin and MSTR.
Yeah, Bitcoin broke out, expected to all-time new highs. We have some nice clips on how but did not play it intraday. Wow, coin and MSTR, these really exploded, didn't they, today? So
MSTR not as much, mainly just coin.
Bitcoin position, yeah, coin and hood. Yeah, hood's related to that as well. All right, awesome. Can't be everywhere. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, I added. We've got Core's earnings out after the close today. You guys know that I've been playing this as a sort of a chicken play to Bitcoin because you get the HPC, high performance compute angle to it that supports cash flows. But I added two trading positions.
That's still like 1 to 2 years out, isn't it? Revenue from that.
Yeah, and it is, but they're still a significant miner. So this thing trades again on sentiment, both on AI sentiment and Bitcoin sentiment. So, you get a double whammy there. Yes, on a pure play basis, it's, underperforming the other miners. But given what's happened with Bitcoin and where we're at in terms of the likely regulatory regime adding another, tailwind to Bitcoin, I added IREN and BITX as pure Bitcoin, proxy trading positions in addition to my Core's holding.
Cool. We added Core's here for ER list. Celsius, with everything that was going on with Trump, I didn't even have time to look at the report. I guess they shit the bed, down 10%. Bros, another one I kind of like. I don't think I have a position now, but any case, ERs are kind of off of a radar with everything that was going on with the Trump trade today. So listen, if you'd like Godfather's analysis, make sure to follow him on X. What is it? What's your X handle? SMantel? SMANTEL. Follow Godfather at SMANTEL. SMantel. You can find him and join our Discord through the link in his profile if you like the content he provides. You can also join us just by going to storytrading.com/Discord. And we have a special promo, Rhett, today because of the election. What's that promo about?
It's going to be MAGA, so it's going to be for $47 off for the first month.
$47 off for the first month. 47th president, code MAGA, MAGA. You can join us right now, today. Just take you a few minutes to get in. And we got some very exciting things going on in our community, helping people execute on these great ideas. Tesla looking good. We got 2 minutes left. Any other questions in the chat, Rhett, or comments that we want to address? Someone asked, Godfather keeps, he doesn't like your name. He's not trying to say he's God. That's a reference to the movie, The Godfather. Mantle, you want to clear that up for folks?
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from, but if you want to think of me as God, that's okay too.
The Godfather. That's a very famous movie. I think there's a couple of them, right? Godfather. Is there a Godfather?
Look, guys, there's never a better time to join our Discord. Going into Thursday, we are all over this consumer finance fintech trade, and you've got Moneyline, you got Affirm, you got OppFi, you got Square, you got Sezzle, you got Upstart, you got all these names reporting, and we're going to give you the goods on how to trade these going into Thursday. look, the election is over. People are going to start focusing on earnings again. They're going to start focusing on sectors that are going to benefit from the macro picture that's now in focus given this new landscape. And we're going to give you that trade guidance. On top of that, there's two small cap names that I'm going to be focusing on in the upcoming weeks in our Discord, especially, both of which I think are easy 5-baggers from here. So get in, get all the goods.
Let's find out. I think I know one of them that you're talking about. So get in, get all the goods. That's all I got, unless there's any other last minute questions. Rhett, you see in the comments?
No, just someone saying who hasn't seen The Godfather.
Who hasn't seen The Godfather? Check it out. If you haven't seen it, watch that movie. Then you'll know what S. Mantle's display name is all about. Zunaid, you back there? I can keep going forever.
Right here. What's going on? Appreciate you. Yeah, look, if you haven't seen The Godfather, I think it's a solid movie to go ahead and watch. A little movie night this weekend. It's a fun one.
Yeah,
but appreciate you guys. Appreciate your insights.
Can I squeeze in one quick controversial potential trade here?
Please.
DJT. I just got to mention this. Look,
I hope you're shorting it not long.
Trump proxy, the ultimate election sentiment indicator, but we all know that this thing is worth nothing on a fundamental basis. I'm a fundamental guy. Ultimately, this thing will join the fundamentals. I said I would never trade this, but I have. I entered a short position, and
there's a rumor out there that Musk will buy it for $50, just so Trump comes back only on X instead of Truth Social. I don't know. It's probably bullshit, but
well, if anyone's going to pay up for something, it would be Elon. But that would be spectacular.
$50 a pop. I don't want to know what
valuation
that is, but I don't think even Elon would do something like
that.
They
reported earnings last night, 1 million, and it's like an $8 billion market cap or something.
Yeah, with what, a $19 million loss?
$7 billion market cap.
All right, y'all. Appreciate you guys for hopping on. We'll see you next Wednesday. Check them out.
Take care, folks.
Take care, y'all. Bye.
Have a good one.
See ya. All right. So here is what's coming up next. We've got an all access. We actually got a chance to sit down with them and talk about their partnership with Ferrari and also a couple of other things that are happening. So stay tuned for that one. And after this all access, I'll be back with my man Kevin, and we'll go ahead and trade some futures as well with Apex. Should be a lot of fun. Stick around. We'll be right back. And this is All Access. Benzinga Nation, today we've got a great interview with two individuals. We've got Eyal Peso, who's the co-founder and CEO of Gauzy. Ticker on the NASDAQ is GAUZ. And also Joseph Harari, who is the president and CEO of Research Frontiers. Ticker on the NASDAQ is REFR. All Access starts right now. Joe and Eyal, welcome to the show. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Hey, good morning.
Thanks for having us. You've had some exciting news come out that I want to cover as well, especially with brands that people are familiar with. But before we start, give us a quick insight on what is it that your individual companies do. Joe, we can start with you.
Okay. Research Frontiers invented something called SPD, or suspended particle device technology. It's a nanoparticle that is in a film that allows you to control light. And that film gets incorporated into glass or plastic and put into products that people see and use every day, like sunroofs for cars, windows for homes and offices. So it's a very versatile technology, and we needed a good, high quality company to produce this film. We have about 250 patents on it and spent about $130 million to develop the technology. But we wanted to find a world-class company to produce this film. And that's how I met Eyal Peso. He approached me in New York, must be 8 or 9 years ago, and said, can we have lunch? And we started talking. And we realized that our view of the smart glass industry was spot on in alignment. And it became a wonderful partnership. And I had known Gauzy before because it was one of the few companies in the smart film industry that I had a high level of respect, because there's different levels of quality. And Gauzy was always the highest performing, best performing, most high quality product. So that's what we were looking for in terms of a partner. And that's how I met Eyal.
Yeah, that's a high compliments coming your way.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been working with RFI, accomplishing many things, among other the latest news with Ferrari. Gauzy is, I'll start where Joe finished. Gauzy is a world leader of light and vision control technologies. We are a material science company ourselves, developing and manufacturing advanced materials that enable the control of light, electronic control of light through transparent materials such as glass, hence smart glass. We have a few different technologies that we offer. One of which, and we discussed today, is the high-end, high-quality SPD technology, which we have with great cooperation with RFI developed from IP into real-life materials, emulsion, and also thin film product that is embedded in glass. Gauzy generally is built out of 4 distinct business divisions to serve 4 end markets. An architectural business division, automotive, which we are discussing today, the aeronautics business, which we also cooperate with RFI on SPD for serial production OEMs in the aerospace industry, and a division called Safety Tech, which is an evolution of another piece of glass called a mirror to ADAS and CMS today in commercial vehicles. So yes, we've been, and I think that it's important to say that Gauzy and RFI are also, we're joined in marriage. So once we met that time in New York, we also decided to invest in RFI and Nasdaq company, while then we were a private startup, and we became real partners with RFI, becoming a significant shareholder in the company, developing it to real serial production quality, such as and in such quality that a company like Ferrari chooses it for serial production.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the marriage to partnership and expanding on that. You just mentioned Ferrari. So, you recently announced that your SPD technology was going to be seriously produced for one of Ferrari's models for the first time in automaker's history. Tell me a little bit more about this announcement, but also what it kind of means moving forward.
Sure. Let me maybe start back a little bit in history. So years ago, I met Sergio Macchioni, the chairman of Fiat, who owns Ferrari. And I introduced myself, and I said, I'm Joe Harari. He said, Ferrari? I said, no, Harari. He said, Ferrari? I said, yes, Ferrari. Then I said, how would you like to reduce the CO2 emissions of your car, improve the comfort, add several inches of headroom to the car, and improve the stability, the driving stability of your cars? Here's my card. Let's talk. And did. And Gauzy then picked up the ball and was able to close the deal with a very high quality film that met Ferrari's standards. So it's always been, for both me and Eyal, the absolute necessity on everything is no compromise on quality, best performing, most reliable technology that we give our customers, and they know what to do with it. And that's why I think Eyal and I have been very successful at attracting car companies like Mercedes, McLaren, Cadillac, now Ferrari, world-class aircraft manufacturers like Boeing and Airbus, Honda.
Maybe I would need to add on what Joe said. I think that many just controlling light through glass is key. We've been doing it for ages, since glass was invented. Doing it in a car in different spaces, if it's the side windows, if it's the sun visor on your windshield, or if it's a rooftop visor, we are today considered the future of the way you control light in a car. Being chosen by Ferrari for some, might mean, it's a supercar maker. How many pieces are you making? We're not allowed to say, but we're one of the most important models coming out of Ferrari, and it's already in serial production. You can already find us in a dealer shop next to you. But what I'd like to mention with Ferrari being an amazing partner, it's not a small supercar company. It's the 4th largest OEM in the world by market cap, and people not always aware. And we consider that a huge vote of confidence in our technology. Ferrari has that huge market cap because of its future and its profitability, and being their partners. Of course, Joe mentioned other OEMs and others that we cannot mention today, but comes to show where the direction in which automotive is going, with everything considered, controlling ambient and light within the car, becoming very, very important in EVs, even more so. So I just wanted to add to with what Joe gave as a headline.
Yeah, I know there's certain companies.
I was going to say, these car companies, if you look at the names that we've attracted, they're iconic names, but they share something that Eyal and I share, which is the pursuit of excellence. You only want the best for your customers. And I think that's why we get along so well with the automakers that have used our technology, because we share that vision.
Yeah. I mean, as I've gotten older, I firmly understand that you get what you pay for, and that you really want the high quality product and not just what is inexpensive. I know there's certain partnerships you can and can't mention, but if there are other automotive manufacturers that you have similar agreements with, we'd love to hear them. But I also want to know, does your partnership extend to other segments in transportation or other industries? Let's say like aviation, architecture, trucking, anything like that.
100%. So as I mentioned before, Gauzy is today, we're almost 700 employees today, with 4 production sites, Germany, France, and Israel, and the US, serving 4 distinct end markets. So we're with this SPD technology, enabling the control of light on the rooftop of this new Ferrari came out this year, and other OEMs. We're also helping to better control light, which has different meanings for different applications. We're helping controlling light in other end markets, other applications. You mentioned aviation and architecture. We actually have complete business divisions to tackle these worlds. Aviation would be one to mention. We have our SPD technology in serial production in 9 jet manufacturers, 9 OEMs. We usually in more than one model. I think Joe mentioned just one, Honda Jet, Daher and Dassault business jets. I am very happy that we're now already also in serial production in commercial aviation. We are today serving 2 airlines. I am not allowed to say yet who, but hopefully very soon. That are replacing the mechanical shades on cabin shade with our SPD technology, both in new production coming from OEM in completion centers, but also retrofitting existing fleets. Light control inside a cabin of a commercial jet is one of the 3 most important things that CEOs today are mentioning again and again in order to attract passengers. So if it's the Emirates with an interview he gave not long ago, and other airlines as well. So aviation is one key market where, by the way, Gauzy is a tier 1 vendor. It's the only market we serve as a tier 1. We build a full window with electronics. Whereas in architecture and automotive, we supply the intra-layer to glass manufacturers all around the world. And the same with architecture. I mean, who doesn't have a window or a space or an internal divide within an office space that he'd like to control his privacy or control light? Joe is doing it right now with this very special curtain behind him. We'll change it for SPD at one point. But our technologies are today embedded in exterior and interior glass structures all around the world, in more than 30 countries, in architectural design, so that is it's also a very big market for us now and in the future.
Yeah, when it comes to, it's interesting you mentioned the lighting aspect of it. It's not something I really thought about, but whenever you do announce those partnerships, I'd love to get insights there. But smart glass technology is rising in popularity as well, right? We saw that with the global smart glass market that's expected to grow exponentially, with some even projecting to reach about 16 billion almost by 2027. Why do you think that this technology has become so popular over the past few years and will continue to become popular over the next few years?
Let me start, and maybe Al can give you a lot more detail. So if you think on a macro term, glass is everywhere. And the biggest challenge throughout history, as Eyal alluded to, is controlling the light coming through it. And you could use traditional methods like shades and blinds and curtains and things like that. But it becomes hard to do elegantly when you get into more modern structures or when you want to increase the energy efficiency of a building. So imagine you're in a building and the sun is moving, it's going behind the clouds, it's day and night, people are moving in and out of offices. So the best analogy I think I heard about smart glass is when you are cold, you put on a jacket, and when you're hot, you take it off. Why can't your building do the same thing? Why can't it adjust to ambient lighting conditions and heat conditions and work with you symbiotically? And when you think about the energy efficiency that exists when you do that, your AC works less because you're controlling heat when it's very hot. Let's take, for example, a car. So Mercedes tests show that you can reduce the temperature inside a car by 18 degrees. That means instead of getting in the car and it being 90 degrees, it's 72 degrees without using the air conditioning. In a plane, it's even more dramatic. It's a 26-degree difference between similar aircraft with and without SPD. So it makes a big difference. And then that translates into other things. Like, for example, you can make your air conditioning compressors in a car 40% smaller. You have more room, less CO2 emissions. On an electric vehicle, you're spending less power cooling the car and more towards driving it. So we can increase the driving range of an electric vehicle by 5.5%. And Eyal told me something that I didn't know. Because the battery packs are in the floor of the electric vehicles, it becomes very, very important to have that extra headroom now because you're sitting a little bit higher up in the car.
You're gonna see us on a lot of EVs coming soon. Coming soon in these years. Cadillac Celestiq, by the way, is an EV because what Joe said, you're sitting on batteries. You don't have any more headspace for these hefty roofs of aluminum and plastic. That's why you see so many EVs, by the way. I won't mention specific OEMs, but you have a very big EV vendor in the US. 100% of their cars are coming with glass roofs. You can't even choose. But their glass roofs comes with, right now, it comes with no option to control light. So you have just this transparent glass. But then if you want to have that light control options, doing it with a millimetric layer of SPD, for instance, inside the glass, what we're doing for Ferrari, for instance, can have you can have a gradual and a control of light 100%. By the way, if you're talking about so EV is one big growth engine for us. It's going to be a big catalyst for us, and you're seeing these numbers growing throughout the years. Nothing better to describe it than the IRA that you have in the US that is coming also into Europe, the Inflation Reduction Act, which actually holds an act. We like to call it the Gauzy Act, but it's not really. It's called the Dynamic Glass Act. You actually have in your book of bills in the US a whole something called the Dynamic Glass Act that if you, starting this year, last year, if you put smart glass on your building under a certain definition, where the SPD falls under, of course. We're actually participating in Washington in the committees to define it. But now it's done. It's signed off. If you implement smart glass in your building, whether it's a house, office, hospital, hotel, you're going to get tax returns from the federal government. 6 to 30% tax returns day one. So there is actually incentives to put smart glass inside buildings in the U.S. from the federal government. Dynamic Glass Act. So, I mean, that's also coming into regulation all over the world. So these are catalysts that are actually helping us push product into the market.
And we've noticed through history of the glass industry, these regulatory incentives really have a meaningful impact on sales. In the 70s, low emissivity glass was developed. It's a great product that saved energy, but it wasn't until the government started providing incentives for people to do that it now became ubiquitous. It's in every basic window now.
And we saw the boom in EV whenever the Fed, when the government would give you credits to purchase EVs as well. would not be surprised, as you're kind of alluding to as well, is when that regulation, when those bills get passed, that you may see, boom in terms of sales and things like that as well coming up in terms of glass and lighting. Last question for me, what can we kind of expect? We talked about the partnership, which it seems to be going well, and of course what impact it'll have on the bottom line, but what can we expect to come next from the partnership between Gauzy and Research Frontiers?
Well, we're always innovating, both our companies. It's in our DNA to do that. And product enhancements, perhaps different colors, better performing, wider range of light transmission. We have the best performing smart glass on the planet already, but we're not satisfied. It could always be better. It could always be easier to implement. It could always address more markets. So some of the things that we're starting to see, for example, at CES this year, Gauzy had an augmented reality windshield that was on a production piece of equipment. And it was amazing because it was using transparent OLED technology, which is relatively new technology from LG and other companies. But the problem with transparent OLEDs is that if you have it on a transparent surface, like a windshield, the daylighting coming in from the behind the windshield is going to wash out the image. So when you want an image, you flip on the SPD film, it gets dark, and you can see the image quite clearly. So you get this very vibrant image superimposed on the real world.
Our product was actually announced. Announced our product, the SPD, was actually announced by LG to be part of the transparent OLED stack when it's used in outdoor environments like automotive, like trains, so that you can control the contrasts. So if you have a lot of light, ambient light, it's going to wash out the image. So you can switch it off and make it just your normal OLED display. So that's just one segment. There are a few that our technologies help solve for.
Well, let me just say this also. I mean, if you think some of this sounds like science fiction, it's not. If you've seen Minority Report and you see Tom Cruise moving his hand and moving images around, this windshield allowed you to do that. Okay.
I think with today's technology, just about everything seems science fiction, but it's actually the reality that we live in, which is cool with the advancement of technologies and the smart individuals behind them as well. I really appreciate both of y'all's time. Thank you so much for letting me get some insights on the partnership and also how it can impact the business going forward as well. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was Eyal Peso, who is a co-founder and CEO of Gauzy. Ticker on the NASDAQ is GAUZ. And also Joseph Harari, who is the president and CEO of Research Frontiers. Ticker on the NASDAQ is REFR. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that interview. I think, sometimes we don't think about the different parts of vehicles and technology that kind of go into a thing behind thing, if you will. And I think if they do get the subsidies and the support they're expecting from governments, we can see it impact their bottom line in a positive way. All right, we are going to go ahead and move on to the last part of our stream here today, and that's going to be with my man, Kevin. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. All right, good morning, Kevin. How's it going, man?
What's going on, man? Doing good. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hope you're all doing well this week. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Like I mentioned it on the earlier streams where like the country is kind of divided, but I'm hoping that we can just kind of move forward in a more positive direction and just get us to where we would all like in all aspects, not just the economy, but, rights and things like that. So fun stuff to talk about for sure in terms of the markets. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my charts here for a moment. We were trading DJT, just on the upside here, but I want to go ahead and bring up the ES here for us. And of course you had, let me just quickly actually talk about Apex here for a moment. I know you've had some experience with them, so I'll bring you in to tag along here, but Apex is a, trading eval platform where you can go ahead and get 80% off right now. Use promo code FEVER, FEVER. And, you pretty much can get a $50,000 account for about $40 or so. I think it's like $35. And if you go ahead and reach on a $50,000 account, say your profit target of $3,000, the drawdown is $2,500, you can get what's called a funded account, where then you once again go into a chance to make actual money. And so to me, it's not like real money. It's not paper money. It's kind of in between. And, it's a very popular way to kind of use a different way to trade and make money. Have you used Apex? I think you have, right?
Yeah, I've used Apex plenty of times. 50Ks, 150K, those two are the ones that I always go back to past get funded. I like running through them. I got to run through a new one too because they had that update recently. I want to, get an idea for how quick is their payment program, right? Their payout program now. Since the update, no more payout window and stuff like that. They apparently also hired about 100 new people on their support staff. So that's also why we're getting such better support from them and such better payouts from them.
Yeah.
So really great stuff coming out of Apex.
Awesome. Appreciate the insights on that one. Now, here's what we're going to do, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my charts. Actually, let me pull up yours, and you tell me what you're kind of seeing, especially, did you trade last night at all, or were you just kind of...
I didn't trade last night, but I figured today was just going to be a hot mess.
Yeah. I mean, the gap up was incredible, especially if you were trading the whole time. But walk me through kind of what your thought process is at the moment. I see you got some zones lined up here for us.
Yeah, so, coming into the NASDAQ, now NASDAQ, the QQQ at least, was at new all-time highs, right? The past couple days, we were very strong. On the futures chart with the B adjust, that's when you have the contracts adjusted, we aren't at all-time high, so we do still have some supply zones to go off of. So that's sort of what we're coming into up here, and that's sort of what also gave me the idea that, hey, listen, we're coming into a lot of sellers. We might not get that consistent follow through, right? Yesterday, we got a nice push lower, and then we just continued for a while. Today, we opened, we tried to push higher, but if we look at the ES failed these highs. ES continuously failed those pre-market highs today, and that gives us a really solid idea that the NASDAQ might not see that follow through.
On the Qs, one of the trades here, let me go and bring up my charts. Let me switch it over to share this screen. On the Qs, we had talked about, we actually took this short on here, let me go ahead and kind of talk about it. So if you go back to the daily and you kind of look left, you see that that's where we had kind of the highs, right? And on July 10th, that's where the highs were. So some resistance area, we went ahead and tested it when the market, when the market opened up, but then we just weren't able to. So on the second one, we went ahead and took a short. And it was like a risk reward wise, it was 1-to-1 trade where we were trying to, the profit targets were a VWAP. And I think we risked about maybe $1 or so above it. And we claimed our gains there. Now you're trying to break above. So for me, if you're trying to go long and you believe that, hey, this is, continuation of what the next cycle could be, whether it's short term, Santa rally, whatever you want to call it, obviously you got to get past 403.62. If we do that in the trading session and not like after hours, overnight, whatever, I think that's a spot that folks can take advantage of. What are your thoughts there?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm all for the longs, especially with the market structure we have right now. Even looking at things like equities, Microsoft, Meta, Apple. I was going over today, I'm in a swing trade on Microsoft on my Benzinga competition account, right, on TradeZero.
Nice, appreciate that, yeah.
Of course. I'm in, I got in some calls on Microsoft down over here, because I saw we were holding this daily demand zone. So when I'm trading options or I'm looking to trade some type of equity, I really want to know where the daily demand and daily supply zones are for good swing potentials. So I got some calls on this day over here. It was Monday. And I got them around when price was around 410. I got the 420 calls. Today they hit in the money for a little bit and gave us a quick reaction lower. I did not sell out of any of mine. I did want to target maybe this 430 level up here, and I got next week's expiration.
My bad. Go over that again. My bad. I had mine up. Please, if you could go over that again.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So I was looking at the daily chart here on Microsoft. I'm going to turn these little dots. That's just previous day high and low, so I don't have to mark it out every day. But we have our basing candle. We have a strong impulse move. So I know that there's a lot of unfilled orders. There's an imbalance in this zone. Price came down into it and it gapped its way into it too, which is great. It shows me a lot of momentum. And there's still now a new imbalance to the upside. So because of this, all of this adding up, I even have a little liquidity sweep right here. You have to remember, anybody who's unaware of supply and demand zones, they just go off of recent pivots. So they might look to short Microsoft if we could break 408. Meanwhile, I know that we have a demand zone around 402 to 406. So once I saw we were holding, I grabbed some calls. I'm swinging those calls, and I would like to see if the market can continuously make new highs, right? If we keep moving pre-market, we might not get the best price action on ES and NQ intraday. So we might have better results trading options, right? We might have better results swing trading something Microsoft, Meta, something that looks good on the daily time frame. Meta also is at the bottom of this range right now. So if we were looking to go long, this is a great place. We just swept these lows. If the
How do you
market
handle the wicks? Yeah, like the wicks in the sense of like, obviously you have two bodies there. The left one is, you had a break to the downside, then we went ahead and gapped up, it seems, possibly, and then you kind of had a wick to the lower. So when you're drawing your lines, obviously you've kind of, I don't want to say ignored, but you've recognized, but you still decided to go ahead and look at the wick left to draw your lines. How are you kind of deciding that, hey, this is my support line, and not necessarily get bothered by the wicks that are underneath it?
Yeah, so that's a great question. When I'm drawing support and resistance like this on a daily time frame or on something like equities, I'm not drawing it to be exact. I'm drawing it to give me an idea of where the range is. Now, that's a really great question, because some people, when they put their wick, their level there, they're immediately trying to take that breakout, right? Instinctually, by human nature, if we see a break, we see momentum, potential momentum, we're going to try to take that. Meanwhile, we have to switch that psychology and know if we're down here, there's a better chance of a pop. There's a better chance of us. There's an ICT concept where it's turtle soup, where it sweeps a low and reverses. We might look for something like that as well, where we sweep a low in reverse, sweep a high in reverse. So I really use these as just a range. You could also use the rectangle tool and sort of connect maybe a body to a wick high, and that could also give you the top and bottom of a range, because that way it'll give you a wider range to work with, right? So now you're not really just dealing with the trend lines, you have a wider area, right? Here's our support zone, here's our resistance zone, and that's exactly how I find my supply and demand. Once I find support and resistance, I'll look for supply and demand to line up either with or above those zones.
And you're not trading in between those zones. Is that kind of like a dead zone for you, where you're not going to try to get caught up in the chop? Maybe not the chop, but like in that middle consolidation aspect of it?
Yep, exactly. So if I'm swing trading something like equities, then I'm definitely not taking any trades in the middle of this, especially in the middle of a range like this. As we see, when price was in the middle of this range, we got range-bound price action. Every time we wanted to come to a low, we got a strong move lower. Every time we came to that low, we got a strong reaction back higher, and vice versa, strong move lower. But every time we stayed in the middle, we just ranged. We were range bound, and that's super
Take a
helpful.
look. Take a look at the SPY for me, and you'll notice that if you go on the daily on the SPY, and you can see that we kind of consolidated right there, right? So we're a little bit to the left, kind of like that aspect of it. Yep, there you go. And then what's beautiful about it is when we gapped up, we also went ahead and tested that area today in the markets. And then we kind of bounced right there. So now that you have your level, if you go to the 15, you'll see how it kind of tested it and the early aspects of the minutes of the market open. And then we've kind of bounced from there. So for me, if we're going to ever see a gap fill down, which I think is a high likelihood that we do, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but just at some point in life, that level that you've drawn there for support, I expect that if that support breaks, then I expect that to be resistance and us to possibly fill the gap. How would you trade? How would you kind of plan out this? Or do you frankly believe that, hey, it's not the best strategy, which is totally fine?
You know, it's funny you mention that, because one of my strategies, something I look for on these gaps, is actually the opposite. I look for these gaps as an imbalance, right? There's an order imbalance here. There were 0 orders filled. Nobody was able to buy SPY at 577, 579, 582. Nobody was able to buy at these prices because of the gap. Because of that, I would mark this low out, and I would know that there's going to be buyers stepping in once we sweep this low. So instead of thinking once we break this, I'm going to use this as resistance, I'm thinking once we break this into this range, I want to see how we react to the sell side. Oh, where is it? Sell side liquidity. I was trying to type that in there. I don't know why it's not working.
That's all right.
There we go. Sell side liquidity, SSL. So I would look to see if by any chance, if buyers wanted to bring us back lower, or I should say sellers will bring us back lower, sweep this and then reverse back higher. Because like you said, if we get back into this gap, I want to expect a gap fill. That's a very common trading style, trading strategy, and trading mindset, right? So a lot of people are expecting us to fill that gap if we get back into it, hence giving me the thought process of, well, if that's the case, a lot of retail, a lot of non-institutional traders might be looking to fill a gap. I'm going to look to see if this gap wants to hold. And a lot of times it does end up that way. And it might not hold and bring us to a new all-time high. It might reverse for a while and then come back, right? And it might slowly make its way lower, because gaps do get filled in the market. That's for sure. You know, so there is no say. This is definitely going to happen. But from my experience, more times than not, I usually see these imbalances as buying opportunities, almost as a demand zone.
Yeah, and you know, do you ever? I think I asked you this last time. Whenever you're trying to see if that gap will fill, are you trying to trade them during, like, say, the overnight session, or just if you did a normal session? Because you don't trade overnight, right?
Yeah, no, I usually won't trade overnight. So, you know, moves like this I'm missing out on. But, you know, how often do these happen, right? Very, very infrequently, right? We don't see them too often, but that doesn't mean they don't happen. With moves like those, you know, it's hard to trade because we're not given real volume. Even though we are given a real move, we have good volatility. And yes, you could very much just watch the 30-minute and sort of look for a good pullback and entry or something like that.
Yeah.
But again, you know, are you going to stay up? Are you going to be up at 1 a.m. for this trade? Are you going to be monitoring this trade? And it's just things you really got to ask yourself, you know, is it in your playbook? Is your playbook to trade overnight? My playbook, I have no trades for overnight, no setups for that. I don't want to even try it, right? I don't even want to attempt it because it's not in my system. And as traders, other than a system, we have to give ourselves goals.
Yeah. This is hindsight, obviously, but I'm going to kind of expand my chart here just so folks can have it. Let me also actually move it up so folks can see it a little bit better. But so this is the 15-minute on the NQ, and I'm just kind of mapping out a couple of things. Let me go ahead and actually, there we go. So this is yesterday at 12 p.m. So this is when the markets were still, like, polling was, nothing was being reported or anything like that.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like your resistance area. Then at 4 o'clock when the market closed, again, your resistance area that's kind of holding on strong. Then that resistance turned into support as the results started coming in. And I think that's where you were kind of like, okay, if this election is going to go the way that it seems in favor of now President-elect Trump, you kind of have your areas in terms of this resistance can now end up being support. And since then, I mean, it's just been a nice rally in terms of that. So I was just kind of taking a look at, I didn't trade it. I was watching the news and things like that. I didn't want to have my mind, kind of not focused on trading if I was going to do that, but just kind of looking back at it, like, I think that was a solid opportunity. That was pretty clean in my opinion.
100%. That extremely clean. You know, it's a clean setup where you see where the obvious resistance area is. You even marked out the resistance level around 20,376. And then we got the break and retest. And that's what we look for. We look for a good break that we got, and we look for that retest. And, you know, it lined up when we got the news. We lined up with the elections. So a lot of times it's funny how it works out in the market, how we might think that the market's just moving for no reason. But in all reality, something could be making that move, right? There could be news going on. There could be something making that impact. I mean, yeah, look at that NASDAQ for how many points?
It was for 446, right? So from the break and to the highs of right now, it's about 443. It's about 2%, more than 2% is what we're at.
Yeah, I mean, that's gnarly. If you want, bring up, if you don't mind, to bring up my charts one more time. Now, one of the setups I like to look for with my supply and demand is for us to break it. So, like, to see this 2-hour supply zone right here. This was an area of consolidation, area of resistance. We broke it, and then we retested it. So sort of the same situation, right, where we get the break and retest. But this was happening at 12 in the morning, right? So I think that's actually when they announced that he won. So Not only did we had a 30-minute imbalance lining up with it, there were a lot of things that would have told me, you know, this is the trade I want to take if it was during the open, right? If the market was between 9:30, 11, but it wasn't, and that's okay. It's going to happen. We can't be upset with ourselves. And when the market opens, we can't be trying to revenge trade a trade we couldn't even take. Because a lot of times that'll happen too. People try to get in when market opens and go, oh, well, we got to pull back there. I'm going to short it. Or, oh, we got to keep continuing. It's so strong. I got to go long here. No, at this point, if we're up here, we have to figure out what's going on. Where can we use now as our next entry? You know, same thing up here. We broke this 30-minute supply zone. We retested it and pushed higher. That was a bit closer to market open. That was at 6:30 in the morning. Still, I'm not looking at the charts at 6:30. I start looking at the charts around 8:30. So unfortunately, the market was very volatile last night, gave a lot of great moves, but did not give us those great setups today. It did give us a little scalp here on the NASDAQ, but was rejecting a lot, was very choppy.
And if you look at the NQ now, you've got resistance building up at the 28, 22, 25 area. We'll see if we're able to kind of get past the all-time highs there that we put in place, that we have in place. And you can kind of see a trend line as well, how that's building out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, say, from like this area here, you know?
Yeah, if we get the same type of move.
Yeah, like are we going to break the 2822 area in terms of resistance, or how is that going to go in its sense as well? So that's something to kind of keep an eye on for me. If you're trading the NQ, like that's something that I would want to see how the price action plays out there. Or is there anything else on the ES side that you may like? And I think we shared NQ. Is there anything on the ES? I'll put your charts back up here and you can walk us through that.
My biggest issue with the ES is that, you know, we're historically at like all-time highs, right? So we don't have much data to go off of. So the way I like to trade and like to mark off my levels now is I like to go by 25s. So I have 59.50, 59.75, I have 5900. And these are just key psychological levels. Now, as we see 59.50, this was a level that we never reached before, but I had it mapped out as a key psych level. And as you see, the market did respect it. Right, we started to reject it. It held up as resistance, and it rejected it. Now we came back down to 5,900, and it used 5,900 as support. So now that we don't have any historical levels to go off of, we could go off of key psychological levels.
And then are there any trades that you're eyeing for the rest of the day, or do you feel like, hey, we're kind of level set, and then we'll just wait till tomorrow and see what the action is there?
The one thing I was looking at is the 45-minute time frame, because we have a pretty nice basing candle right here, and we already started to push up. So I would look for some continuation this afternoon on the ES, especially because we were choppy in the morning session. So a lot of people were getting stopped out and getting chopped up. So we might see some continuation today. Got to see if this volume could pick up, though.
I'm not, man. Speaking of volume, I feel like so many folks are kind of waiting for, you had such a big move that they're like, all right, I don't know if I want to place a trade just yet. I want to see how things kind of play out, which is why I feel like they're waiting for this 28, 22 area to break before they can go ahead and kind of take advantage of it to the upside. So that'll be something to definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah, no, for sure. I know I would love to see the NASDAQ make a run for that 20,900. I was saying to my stream this morning on Twitch, that's at Kevin Futures. I said, I can't believe that NASDAQ's at 20,900 or 20,800. Like just 2 trading sessions ago, we were down at 20,100. That's over a 700 to 800 point move in 2 days. That's insane. What drove this move? Well, we had the elections yesterday, didn't we? That's news driven, right? So that's something we can look to line up with our trading.
Any other markets that you want to take a look at before we hop? I don't think you trade oil as much, do you?
I do. I try to. I probably will more frequently now that the ES is at all-time highs. So a lot of time when we're at these levels on ES and NQ, because the price action is it's pretty crap during the day, I'll look for some type of easier range, crude oil, gold, something like that.
Okay, I'm just taking a look at let me pull up mine now. Get your dissection on it. But here is oh, nope, that is not crude oil. I was like, wait a minute, since when is crude oil
Colgate.
that high? Yeah, I was like, nope, wrong.
Oh, I got an
there.
example of a gap that I was telling you about.
Oh, here, you go first. Go ahead.
So you see this gap on crude right here?
Yeah.
So this was a gap when the market opened, right? This is at 6 p.m. on Sunday. So Friday close, Sunday open, we had a gap. Now, the first time we tested this gap, we rejected, we pushed back higher. So we came into this gap. Anybody who tried to short immediately rejected. Second, now we would use that sort of as that liquidity sweep that I mentioned and still use this gap as an area of buying. And what do we get the next time we try to break that low? We got the consolidation. So think of this as our accumulation. We got the manipulation into this demand zone or gap zone. And then we got our accumulation, manipulation, and distribution back to the upside.
Nice. I like that. And is that something that's kind of part of your checklist? The 3 things that you mentioned there?
It is. It's part of sort of my setup list, right? Now, we all, as traders, we have to have, I would say, a good playbook, right? You know, a quarterback has a playbook, you know, where we long snap, short snap, we going to pitch it to the running back, throw it down the field. Okay, well, am I going to be scalping? Am I going to be risking 2 risk per this trade? Is this an A+ trade where I have 4 confirmations lining up? Is this a lower confirmation trade where I'm going to be risking half of my normal risk? All types of situations and playbooks and zones, you know, that I'm looking for. So this was pretty clean on crude. Definitely wish I saw this earlier.
Yeah, crude could be a lot of fun to kind of trade. And this is what I have. And I'll get your final thoughts before we hop. But this is kind of like the trend line for me on the daily, right? So you see touch points of 1, 2, 3, didn't quite hit the 4th one. So that's what I've got in terms of trend lines. And then in terms of where the resistance I'm seeing at the moment, it is right around here where we currently are, about 70, 72.42 is where I'm looking at it. We'll see if it does go ahead and bump to the upside or not. It's trying to flirt it with the previous close. So it just went from red to green. And we'll see if it kind of continues that momentum to the upside. Do you ever swing crude oil at all, or is it just still day trade for you?
No, still just
because that could be very scary based on what's happening in the world.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't swing trade futures like that. I would swing trade maybe options on equities because, you know, quite honestly, you know, if you're getting in Microsoft $3.50 a contract, so $350, if you want to say risk $100 on that, you really need to know that you're risking more. Because if that market gaps down and opens and it's bad, you're not getting out at that 2.5. You're going to get out maybe 1.1, you know, something pretty tough. So whenever trading options or swing trading, got to know that whatever you're putting on the table, that might be that max risk.
And then, of course, tell the folks, well, let me get your final thoughts before I put your Twitch in the chat. Any other things that we need to kind of look out for from your perspective? I'll put your charts up if you have anything.
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, I would probably be looking for continuation on ES and NQ, you know, over the next couple days, see how price wants to continue. Looking at the daily time frames on everything, we're finally getting a very strong move. We were range bound for quite some time. So like you said, this is a very strong level we're at on ES and the NASDAQ. Yeah. So we really need a strong move to hold us above that, right? So this is NQ, this is the ES. Again, ES was above this range, but the question is we haven't closed yet. We still have 4 hours and 40 minutes left to close. We could close all the way back down here, or we could continue this rally, right? We don't know right now. That's why we don't predict. We just react. Let's check gold real quick. Gold had a nice sell-off. Look at that. I might look for continuation tomorrow on gold to the downside.
Any levels there that we should pay attention to?
Take a quick look into it. So I have a hourly demand zone lining up at 2660 on gold. I'm going to show you guys that one right here. So, right, we have our basing. We tried to take out a low on this demand zone and we reversed, leaving a lot of unfilled orders. And then what happened today when we came near that zone is we reversed, but we didn't touch the zone yet. So I see that as a potential liquidity sweep, like I mentioned earlier, with the sell side liquidity.
Got it.
So tomorrow I might, even though,
What's the level there? I'm sorry. It's
2660. 2660.5 to about 2654. But I'm probably going to be more interested in the shorts on gold because of this momentum we had, and I have a pretty nice supply zone on the 30-minute time frame around 2707.
Got it. All right, man. Tell the folks where they can find you. I'll put it in the chat as well.
Yeah, you guys check me out. Instagram is kevin.futures. Twitch is Kevin Futures. Instagram also is Bullish Bears. YouTube is Bullish Bears Trading. I like to post futures content, even equity content as well. I live stream on Bullish Bears YouTube Monday and Friday for you guys. You guys can always hit me up too. And any questions on coaching, let me know at support@tradingpioneers.net. That is my support email. The website will be out soon.
Sweet. You got it. Thank you so much, Kevin. I appreciate your time here today.
Absolutely, man. I'll see you next time.
You got it. Take care. And chat, we appreciate you for hanging out with us. Check out Apex. I think it's a more affordable option if you want to trade futures, whether it's with someone else's money in terms of funded accounts and things like that. And, you get a chance to have it. I trade a $50,000 account. I get the drawdown of $2,500 by paying a total of about $100 or so with the eval and the funded fee. We appreciate you guys for tuning in for all the content here today. We'll be back tomorrow with my man Ryan, and we'll see you then. Take care. Bye.